Mhm. Mm. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oops. somebody here? Looks like there was at some point. Nope, it's a Borvik. Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, usually is. War of the Roses is... I don't know. Black Rose still exists? Yeah, they're, ally of Digi. I need some cake. Where's my cake set? Oh, what's up, Gotti? I feel like it's been a couple days. Where you been? Huh? You've been slacking. Oh, nice. No, it'll be December. They do a Calpheon, they do a Hideout Ball in the middle of the year and the Calpheon Ball at the end of the year. And damn near every single one of them, except for a couple, come with a class release. Usually what they previously teased. I mean, it looks like a female with a sword. I mean, doesn't really say much. I wouldn't get too excited yet. I mean, we already have a class with a greatsword, so fuck, I feel like I'm forgetting some artifacts, crystals, gear, consumables. Oh, I guess we good. Let's get to it. Oh, loot scroll, that's what I'm forgetting. What's up, scum? What's up, Lunar? Yo, what's up, Shinky? The rarest part of the telescope? The one that drops last. I just finished watching what you sent me, Leonard. I don't know, it's hard to believe, you know? When you do this shit so many times, it's kind of hard to believe. It's more of a who gives a fuck what you want to say, let's see it. What the hell? What is this, Yanu? Why is it showing whoever the hell that is? Isn't that Jimmy the bot or something? Why do I recognize him? The CIA agent take to watch you, bro? Yeah. Joke's on you guys. I got my CIA agent trained. He's actually grinding for me. I've been just sitting here talking for years. Look how close we are, you guys. This is the last 1% that I can actually dummy. Tonight will be the last night of dummying. And then from 99 to 100, I have to grind it all. No dummying. So that'll probably take like 3 days. By the way, the Songify, the song request thing, now, if there was an update for it, I hope it doesn't crash anymore. But more importantly, if you request a song that's banned or if the song doesn't work or shit like that for whatever reason, it should automatically refund the points, dude. Oh, you're the best. Thank you, babe. Are you kidding me? Wait, what was that? Did it crash? Yeah, it fucking crashed already. I think it'll still work though. I think as long as I don't click the crash thing, the app stays open. Try queuing up another song that actually works. Actually, if I just click this... Let's see, no... Restart... What a well-designed app, yeah. Crashed on the second song request of the day. Must have had something to do with the not available in streamer's country. Request that song again, John. I want to see if it immediately crashes again. Also, keep an eye on how many points you have and tell me if it automatically refunds when it gives you that message. No, it didn't ask me. Yeah. Okay, instantly crashed again. So, that's the weird thing is it doesn't actually crash. It just says it crashed, but you have to click a button, and then it asks you if you want to restart the app. It didn't refund your points? I wonder if that's what's causing it to crash. So let me finish this little event. Let me try. Maybe the refunding doesn't work properly yet. No, I want you to try that song again in just a second, because like I said, I want to try something. Okay, let's see. No, restart, yes. Okay, it's restarted. Give me 1 second. File, settings. Oh, shit. There's literally a new update right now. Maybe they fix that issue. Because I imagine if it's crashing every single time. Okay. Okay, where the hell was that? I can't find where the shit. Maybe they got rid of the refunding. Maybe the refunding was the thing of the crashing, because I can't find the refunding now. Although I don't remember where it was initially. Maybe it was... Maybe it was in the queue window? No, I don't see it here. Oh. Yeah, I'm guessing that the update it just picked up must have removed the refunding. Maybe that was the source of the crashing. See what happens if you request that song again. Because I can't seem to find where the refunding is, but I don't remember where it was, to be honest. No, still crashed. View console, maybe? No. Yo, I can actually use this app to see my whole viewer list, too. Yeah, I know how to do that mind capacity. Let's see. Maybe it was with the responses. Weird. Oh well. The fix is to move to another country, yeah. Time to move to China. They don't believe in copyright. Next time somebody requests a song, request it twice. One of the mods could do that since you guys can refund your own point. Because if I'm not mistaken, and I can't find where this setting is either, but I set it up so you can only put one of a song in a queue. You can't obviously have a person queue up the same song 5 times. So I'm wondering what happens when you try to queue the same song twice. Oh, you're actually serious, Bursty. Oh, I don't think it's too much. I think it was a weird change. I think there was other ways they could have done it, but in general, I like what they were aiming for, which was instead of them just increasing the stamina cost of every ability by like 50 or 100, they decided to just do Bolt by 50. But instead, they decided to tackle it. Yeah, it crashed as soon as you did the same song twice, too. So there's got to be something with the refunding. The auto-refunding must be failing. And that's what's causing the crash. The thing about Lightning Prison with Forward Guard is it only really affects large scale a little bit in fighting hashes. Forward Guard on Lightning Prison is actually stronger in a lot more 1v1 matchups. It doesn't change anything against grab classes because you wouldn't want them sitting beside you while you're sitting in a Lightning Prison anyways, unless you knew their grab is on cooldown. But so many of those grab classes have longer cooldowns on that shit anyways. Plus, you don't want them to be able to get behind your Lightning Prison anyways, so you're typically doing a little jump back so they can, you know, they have to actually come through the lightning to get to you. And then as soon as they get close to getting behind you, you just move again, right? In classes with good range trading damage, it's actually above. Edania will release when they said it would on the website. But yeah, I think a lot of people would think that maybe these nerfs aren't enough. But we do know that there's damage nerfs, damage changes coming across the board. May or may not include Sage.
Let's go.
There's very few matchups where I actually think the Forward Guard on Lightning Prison is going to be weaker. I think it's going to be stronger in most matchups. The only matchup that's going to be absolutely miserable now is Hash. And probably Awake and Musa. I heard that they're really, really nasty at punishing Forward Guards. Nah, Wagu's not bad because them getting behind you is very predictable. It's definitely something that bad players are going to get punished by, but like Awakened Magus, like the way they approach for the block jump is very, very predictable. Yeah, Suckdosa, a little more interesting. The little smoke demon dude can be pretty annoying. I think it's just going to result, like, instead of, like, a lot of times when people are holding Lightning Prison, they're not really holding it for damage. They're more holding it to get stamped back. And I think you're just going to see more using just dimensional compression instead. I mean, you're locked into it. You can't cancel it, so you're going to have to be a lot more careful against grab classes when you do that. But it is going to require just, you know, more situational awareness, which is good, because right now, like, Awakened Sage doesn't require much situational awareness. You could be on the class for, you know, your first couple hours on the class, and you can start killing people who have been on their class for years, which is fucking stupid. It shows how brain dead it is, so it's definitely brings some brain back to it. Like I said, it's going to punish bad Awakened Sages a lot more. Oh, we got 1%, chat. Every 0.02 is 1% of what's remaining. New to Sage, like 2 months? Yeah. Like I said, you'll get used to it. It's not going to be that big of a deal. You're going to find in a lot of areas, having a forward guard on Lightning Prison, especially since Lightning Prison heals, it's really just classes that are really good at punishing forward guards. Yeah, it crashed again. The funny thing is, like I said, it doesn't crash. It says it crashed. A little error pops up saying Songify has crashed. We would like you to send, I'm paraphrasing, we'd like you to send an error report to us on Discord. And then it has a button to open Discord. And then it has, what is it? Feel free to submit a log file in our Discord, yes or no. And then when you click yes, I'm assuming it opens the Discord. If you click no, it just closes that window. And then a new window pops up saying, would you like to restart Songify? And if you click yes, then Songify closes and it reopens immediately. If you click no, then it just closes. But if I don't actually respond at all, it actually just stays open and keeps working. It just, there's going to be at the end of the stream like 30 windows popped up saying it's crashed. I should look in the Discord and see if people have made much comments or anything about it. Okay, the guy developing posted this. This was over a month ago now, or almost a month ago. He says the crashes, and this may not be the similar related crash, but apparently it's related to the Spotify API. So he's rewriting the entire Spotify API handling in hopes it fixes it. I'm guessing that hasn't fixed yet. It looks like it's one guy too. I just see one guy responding to everybody. It must be somewhere else. Oh, that's cool. There's even a widget for on stream too. This is actually pretty cool. Let me see what it looks like. I'm not going to use it because, yeah, I don't want to. Okay, does it not work? What the hell? That does not look anywhere as cool as it's supposed to look. Oh, shit. I copy and pasted the wrong thing. So that's kind of cool. If it wasn't wrong. It's probably wrong because it crashed. Is there a way to refresh this? Is it just not working at all now? Damn, maybe it's time to roll back. Feels like it was working better before. Let me relaunch it. Yeah, I want to see what happens if I skip to that song. It actually doesn't show what you queued. Even though it did queue it. It didn't show it in my queue on the side here. Maybe it's not running as administrator and that's causing the issues. I'm gonna reconnect it to Spotify. Even though it's connected to it, it feels like it's not working properly. I've never heard this cover. Okay, did that work? Did that fix it? I don't see the song title updating anymore. You know what? I'm going to go back in the settings and get rid of the get beta updates. And hopefully it will downgrade and go back to the previous version I was using. Shit, it didn't. Maybe let me relaunch Spotify. Sorry, chat. Okay, let me redo this. Let's go to the Spotify board. Can I remove this? Edit. Delete app. Delete. Okay, let's start. Okay, create app. App name. Songify. Okay, redirect. Set it to local. Okay, save. Okay. Okay, copy that. Copy that. Link. Do that. Okay, open the right thing. Success. They're now connected. And oh, I think I fixed it. I think all I had to do was do that. Maybe because there was an update on the app, I had to relink it. I don't know. But it's now showing the song title. It just might be something I have to do every time the app gets updated. Might have to reconnect it. Unless it was the crash that broke it. Back to the grind. Yeah, you got a lot of upgrades. Okay, cool. It's updating properly too. So let's try to break it again, chat. Link one of those songs that wasn't available in the country. Let's see if it breaks everything again. Because if this guy works on it, I will absolutely, I will dump my error logs in there. So it helps him get it fixed, right? I will totally be a part of the development of this app and help him by breaking things. Okay, it crashed. So that didn't fix the crashing. Now let's see if that broke everything again, though. I'm not going to restart the app just yet. I want to see if it still updates the what's currently playing on my window here when the song finishes. I wish I could find that window where there's a window where you put whether or not it allows a refund for specific types of song request failures. Because it's clearly not refunding, and the fact that it's not refunding and it's crashing makes me think that those two things are linked to each other. I think it would be in the Twitch section too. Maybe I need to relink it to my Twitch account since it's updated too. Oh, refund conditions. I found it. I found it. Take one of those logs and DM it to you. Okay, 1 second. Here, before I mess with this, actually, 1 second. Turn you off. We're going to turn off all the refund conditions. And we'll see if it still crashes, because I would rather it not be crashing all the time. then the refunds, I mean, if the refunds aren't working anyways, then... Okay. Holy. Okay. This was the most recent one. Oh, I guess it's organized by date. So this is everything for today. Oh, can I not just fucking drag and drop into Discord? Stupid. Okay, upload a file. Da-da-da. There you go. Okay, let's restart the app. Okay, it doesn't seem to be picking up the song again. Oh, there we go. Now it is. Okay. Okay, John. Try to link that song again. Just John and Gotti. We don't need to have a bunch of people do it. Oh, wait. Actually, hold up. Oh, fuck. Let me make sure it actually rewards. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to check if it saved the settings since it crashed. Okay, try now. Okay, it didn't crash. Yeah, I disabled the automatic refunding and then the crashing stopped. So it obviously has something to do with that. Damn, that was gonna be a cool feature too. I wonder if there's a way to issue a chat command that only mods can do that refund the most recent redeem. I do have Kick Chat open. I haven't seen you type in it though. Is my Kick Chat not working? That says 98%. Oh yeah, it's working. There we go. Okay. Anybody on the YouTubes? Just type a little message. Let me make sure, excuse me, that my my chat's working. These damn kids on the YouTubes. You speed running? Yeah. Tonight will probably be our last night dummying, or maybe tomorrow night. But we'll once we hit 99%, you can't dummy anymore. The last 1% has to be grinded. So, I'm approximating I'll get it either Thursday or Friday. New phone, who dis? The song is not available in the streamer's country. Maybe I'll take that out of the I can also adjust the responses too. Maybe I'll take the little song variable out of the response because it's clearly not working. This song was not allowed in your playlist. User song is blocked. Artist is blocked. Song too long. Max song. Song already in queue. Song been successfully added. Wait. There's no response for me to... Huh. How do you set up a grab these days? I mean, you could stun or stiff somebody, then hit them with a grab. Sorry, not stun or stiff. Stiff or knockback are great setups. Between shock relay and impaling flash. Also, just waiting for somebody to do an ability, right? That's the main thing that they were trying to address, right? They don't want people just pressing E every time it's off cooldown because it's successful. They tried to change grabs, so now you have to try to pay more attention to what your opponent is doing and punish them for doing bad things instead of just doing things and punishing them because the ability is too strong. Okay, so I can actually edit the responses of everything except for that error message. So that's kind of annoying. Let's see. Successfully added, already in queue, max songs in queue, songs too long, user level too low, user level too low, artist is blocked by the broadcaster, song is blocked by the broadcaster, explicit song, command is on cooldown, you have to wait before requesting again. Some of these don't matter because I can do like just a chat command to request songs, and then it doesn't have to do with channel points, but I think gatekeeping it behind channel points is probably the best way to do it, so it just doesn't take over. Error fetching song. No song has been specified. Yeah, there's... I guess they forgot to add that variable to it. So, unfortunately... Do you care for PvE balance at all? Yeah, of course. I mean, the PvE is more balanced than it's ever been. Ever, period. I think PA has been doing an absolutely fantastic job at balancing PvE. And I also think, with the changes that they have been making, it's going to make it even easier for them to balance PvE. Because now they can actually have a hard speed limit for classes. Still work to do, though.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go do skip do skip you wanna go do skip you could go do skip you wanna go do skip you could.
Part of me wonders if maybe I just need to relink my Twitch account for the refunds to work. Because I don't see anything in the Discord of people complaining about the refunding crashing anybody, which makes me think it's a me issue. Oh, it is a me issue. To be able to refund points, the reward has to be created through Songify. I didn't create it through Songify. There's your problem. Okay, you guys, so just 1 second. I can fix this right now. Let me go to the settings, viewer rewards. I have to delete it. That's probably why the song skip wasn't working either. Okay, create new channel reward. Title. Song request. Okay, create reward. Okay, now if I edit it, I'll re-upload the images. Okay. Title. Song skip. Or skip song. This is probably why I couldn't get the skip song thing working. Okay. Now let's enable these again. Okay. Now try again, John. Yo, we fixed it. Did it refund your points too? Sick. Okay. Unfortunately, the variable isn't working, and I can't edit that command. He probably forgot to add that one spot in there, but... Okay, we're cooking. A little bit of user error. This is why I like having Discords and stuff like this for apps and shit, because you can always just look up your problem, and if nobody else is complaining about it, then that means it's user error. Oh my god, who moved into my spot? I fucking went AFK for a second, you bitch. I don't care, I'm grinding over you. I ain't fucking swapping channels. I don't care, I'm fucking killing him. Are there like 60 rotations per server? There is, and I'm fucking standing there on the road for about 3 seconds and this motherfucker just jumps in. You need financial advice? Don't go to Twitch for financial advice. There's your advice. For BDO? Oh, okay. Hey, that's my expertise. Don't spend money. That's that's what I was about to say. I'll just wait for him to type the question. God damn it. Okay, it makes me happy I got that fixed. Him just adding the response to the responses page so I can actually edit it, or just fixing it so the song thing works. Actually, type !song, you guys. Tell me if that works at telling the song. Because you would think that that variable wouldn't work either. Okay, that's working. Oh, maybe it doesn't work because it's trying to pull a song that isn't actually currently playing. Where that one does because it just pulls from the API. I don't want to spend 200 bill for tab boots, but I need at AF least one heat. Tat armor is tapping reasonable at current prices. I'm not sure what the current prices are. If I'm not mistaken, the average cost of making one is around 200 bill. So I guess right now it's kind of the break-even point. If it is 200 bill to buy them, that like you have a chance to get lucky, you have a chance to get unlucky. Right? Yeah, that's what I just said, Kinjara. And that's probably the problem. I'm actually surprised that it doesn't show the current song that's playing. Like I said, if I could at least edit the response, because I can edit all of the responses the bot gives. I can edit all of the responses except for that one. So he probably just forgot to add that to the response list. Actually, I wonder if there's a config file where it stores those responses, so even though it's not in the interface, it's probably in the config file, and maybe I can change it in there. Just 1 second, I'm gonna take a look through the configurations. Let's see, appconfig.yaml? I don't know what the fuck that is. What kind of file is that? What happened to CFG files? What are YAML files? What the fuck are these? Can I just open these with a notepad? Let's try. Edit with notepad. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, it's not in this one. Bot config YAML. I bet it's this one. Oh yeah, here we go. Here are the responses. Okay, so the song you requested, the song error, song explicit, song already in queue. The current song, error in this song is not allowed in the playlist. 1 minute, song did playlist. The song is not available in streamer's country. Okay, let's delete that. And will let me save it while the bot's running? Yes, it will. Okay, John, try that again. It shouldn't say in bracket song anymore. It should just say the song is not available in the streamer's country. That's it. No! Okay, maybe I need to relaunch the bot. 1 second. Or maybe I don't need to relaunch the bot. 1 second. Maybe if I do edit one of the other responses. Here, I'm just going to relaunch the bot. Okay, automatically. Oh, that's interesting. That's new. Okay, let's edit this again. Let me see if it's still edited. The song is unavailable in the user's country. Okay, what the hell? Save. Close. Okay, now it looks like it should do it. I might have just forgot to save it. Okay, try again, John. Fine. Don't try again, John. I didn't want you to help me anyways. I haven't grinded it or Zeki in a long time. I'm trying to push this level. Oh yeah, how are we doing on event tokens? Do we have enough for the second reward yet? No. 20 more. What's my overall stance on BDO loot boxes? Are you talking about the Gamba boxes? The gotcha boxes or whatever? Yeah. In general, I am fine with them. I have some more nuanced issues with them. I actually don't even think they're pay to lose, to be honest. With how affordable they are, I think this is a balance that's difficult to strike. So there's There's multiple things that I don't like about them, but it's not about the boxes specifically. I'm perfectly fine with games monetizing their game. Now, I think this is the balance PA needs to strike, and right now they're doing a bad job at it. If you end up making them too affordable, where it becomes just everybody should not be playing the game and just going and working their 9 to 5 and coming home and swiping, I think it's way too affordable. You always want to make it so it errs towards people should be playing. Like now, obviously, that's relative to the amount of money you make, right? But in general, for the majority of the population, aside from like your like obviously the oil titans out there, we'll call them, right? The whales. For most people, you should feel like a more effective use of your time is actually playing the game. Just swiping should, like, if you're working a minimum wage job and it's still more effective to swipe, I think that's a major problem. Because now you're incentivizing people not playing your game. Which is really fucking weird. So it's definitely a balance that PA has to strike there. And in the past, they've done a really good job with it, but now with all of the sales and deals that they're constantly doing and how you can overlap the 1+1s with these, I think it's making it a little too affordable. Now, my problem number B with these boxes, I personally don't like gambling boxes in areas that children have access to. I think it is a form of gambling, and I think getting kids early addicted to developing a gambling addiction early is an issue. So I have an issue with that. And third, I think one of the ways PA has monetized the game in the past, through crons, right, and through costumes, had a very nice symbiotic relationship with the free-to-play player and the whales, right? The whales can convert real time into in-game time by selling costumes, and then your free-to-play players could buy the costumes, and now the 2 billion silver that they grinded was now worth 3 billion silver, right? So it created this symbiotic relationship where both parties benefit. With the way these gacha boxes and progression and BDO now work, whales are a lot less incentivized to sell costumes. They're a lot more likely just to get crons to use themselves, and it's completely removed the free-to-play player from that relationship. And I think that's a problem as well. So, yeah, those are my main problems. Oh, and my last problem, when streamers put up a little donation goal on their stream saying, hey, buy me some boxes to open for you guys for content, I think that shit is... I think it's no different than someone sitting on the corner with a cup out. It's just a different way to cope with it. To me, when streamers do that, when streamers put a donation goal on stream for you guys to buy them boxes and they're trying to elicit it, this is what that shit looks like to me. Now, that doesn't mean that it's bad for streamers to have boxes bought for them by their stream. Like, if somebody, like, says, hey, you know, I've been watching you for a long time, I love your content, here's $100 to use on some boxes. That's a completely different thing, right? But when you're trying to elicit that shit, when you're putting a donation goal saying, hey, chat, I want to do something for you, so you guys buy me boxes. Like, come on, how is that any different than sitting outside of a fucking liquor store with a sign saying, you know, trying to get money? Like, all that is cope, trying to say that you're doing it for them. Like I said, if a viewer just spontaneously says, hey, like completely unsolicited, decides to be like, hey, I appreciate your content, here's $100 to spend on these new boxes, open them up on stream, that's a different thing. To me, that's more like you go out to dinner with a friend or lunch with a friend and he decides to buy you lunch, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But when they, yeah, like when they put the donation goal up, this is what I fucking see. Except the streamer isn't their friend? I don't think that's true. I consider a lot of you guys my friend. Yeah, it's not just Twitch. Twitch is definitely, but it's not Twitch exclusively. It's just the internet in general. It's how you know, just kind of chronically online everybody is these days, right? That's how people probably do the vast majority of their communication. Your internet girlfriends? God damn. She jealous? Yeah, everybody with a sub icon next to their name is definitely my friend. Wait! Oh my god! Why did it reset the config file? That's fucking annoying. So apparently I can't edit it. Even when I edit the config file, it changes it back.
Data friend, that's right. Quick, someone gift me! Wait, does that mean that the gifter is my friend, or you are? I guess that makes you an acquaintance.
No ads on Kick? That's right. There's multiple different ways to view the stream, you guys. If you want to watch in 2K and be part of the super active chat, then you got Twitch. If you don't want ads, but you're stuck at 1080p, then you can go to Kick. And if you don't want... Actually, no, I guess YouTube does have ads, right? If you want a 2K stream, but you want to listen to your own music, then you can go to YouTube. Because on YouTube, there's no music playing at all. Any luck at DSR today? No, only one essence so far today. Not even in 4K? Yeah, I mean, for one, I don't have a 4K monitor, and two, yeah, I don't know how my GPU would handle this. I'll have to wait for the 6080 or the 6090. Surely the 6090 will... They'll bring the prices back down, and the 6090 is going to be very affordable, right, chat? Surely. If you type the solve command, I'm pretty sure it's 300 it recommends. There's already an RTX 6000, it's like 10 grand. What the hell? What does it do? Yo, chat, new dono goal. Look at that bad boy. Where to buy the ultimate single precision RT core performance, tensor performance. Holy. Ada? Why is it called RTX 6000 Ada? Is that for the weeds? Ah, Midas. Oh, that reminds me. Tomorrow my warning on Twitch finally expires. Time to get a new one, yeah. What was it for? Both myself and Choice got a warning on Twitch because we put a kick link in our panels below our stream. Choice didn't even realize he got the warning too. I told him after, I was like, did you get a warning? I noticed the kick link isn't below your stream either. And he's like, huh? And then he went and looked, he's like, oh crap, I did. I should have sabotaged him. I should have told him, your kick link disappeared, Choice, you should put it back. I could have took him down. Oh, I missed it. I missed the opportunity. Now that's what friends are for. No, dog, it's not just related to that. The whales would sell more costumes if they had things to buy with silver. But these days, all of your progression is tied through just crawling things. They can't buy an upgrade, right? Like in the past, whales could sell costumes and buy a pen disto. They could sell costumes, buy a pen black star, right?
Let's go!
They could do all of these things. Now, whales have nothing to buy. Other than the gin crystals, there's nothing for them to buy anymore. So that's the biggest problem. You need things for the whales to have to buy again. And then they'll start selling costumes again. Does not seem like an easy fix? No. Remember, you guys can vote to skip songs. Exclamation mark vote skip. There's also, you can pay channel points to skip a song. We haven't tested to see if that works yet. You guys are about to skip the next one. Cut that shit out.
I did Everfrost questline again earlier for when I make my last fallen god, the Helm, and I can assure you Lando did not sound like that.
Yo, what are you guys doing? I'll have to increase it. I'm gonna increase it to 10.
Hey chat, this is Ian here. Since I set vote skip at only 5 votes, let's perma skip every song that goes into the queue, so that way it's just the channel point sync.
They're just goofing around, Berserk. They're just being a bunch of goofballs.
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
I don't think you can vote to skip because I think it's back to my playlist right now. I don't think it'll skip songs that are in my playlist. It only skips the requests. I think at least. Wait a minute. Catching up to what? Oh, little deck belt. $250 bill. Oh my God, this man is rich. Uh-oh. I need some more grilled chicken for my workers. Oh, I don't have Villa or Church buffs, do I? You only go with back attack, and this has nothing to do with any other class in the game. This has to do with, with every class in the game. You only go with back attack if all you have to deal with is one mob where you're getting back attacks. As soon as you have to deal with multiple mobs, it's no longer about what mob you kill the fastest, it's about the mobs you kill the slowest. Because if you just go back attack, sure, you're doing more damage to the ones you get back attacks on, but you're doing less damage to the ones you don't. And now you're stuck in a situation where you gotta hang around to finish off the ones you didn't get back attacks on, or you leave them behind. Both of which will hurt your trash per hour, not help it. It's as simple as that, applied to every class in the game. Doesn't matter what class you play, that same logic applies. Yeah, no problem. What lightstones do you use? I use plus XP. No, Vicious Shadows are the best for damage output. If you think there might be any PvP, like if you're grinding on Arsha, then I recommend target openings. Let's peep the crystal setup. Basically all the XP crystals and 2 corrupteds. Yeah. Oh man, if you could actually stun mobs, Lightning Prison would be goated. The Lightning Prison core would be absolutely insane. Or the Upsurge core, both would be really good. So, at Tungrad, the
Stun actually was useful there. I don't know if it still is, but I remember it being actually useful. If you don't hit the AP cap, then I don't recommend all-out attack either. And then I recommend just using like the, if you're at here, use Demi-Human.
If you're at if you're at a Kama place, use Kama Sylvia. Because it is so obnoxiously easy to hit the AP caps that if you're not hitting the AP cap, then your armor's probably down bad too. Because most people tend to focus on AP before DP. And using all-out attack is going to make you
So
squish it.
earrings are the only slot left that aren't Karazit for me. Should I still bother making them from scratch or save for Tet Debarika earrings? Currently 309,314,408 and counting.
I think ideally you want to save for pen debos and convert those.
XOXO.
I don't think you want to actually convert Tets. I think converting Tets are really bad because for one, it locks you in at the pen level, but I'm pretty sure making pen Karazat is cheaper than a Tet Debo earring. I think you can get a Tet Debo earring and sit on that until you can afford a pen and then convert the pen, or you just start from the bottom up with Karazat. Pen Debos are getting super affordable, so it's not even that big of a deal waiting to go from Tet to Pen. Like, it's crazy how cheap. Like, aren't Pen Debo necks, like, 130 bill? Yeah, like, look at that. That is so fucking cheap. Crazy to think how much cheaper those are than Pen Distos were at one point. And we're all making so much more money than back then, too. That's no fun. I'm enhancing Pen Debos. Wow. Fun is subjective. When Edania drops, Debos will be expensive. You're assuming that Debos don't drop there. That might not be the case. It might be the case, but it might not. That too, yeah. Every Saturday when everybody gets their Black Shrine rewards, the market just gets flooded with Debos. And that definitely won't be going anywhere. No, it's supposed to be PvE first. It makes sense for them to do PvE first too, because whatever hits Global Lab this Friday will be arriving with the Edania patch. So it kind of makes sense to do it this week. The week after or sometime after is supposed to be the PvP damage changes. The only thing BDO needs is duo spots and stop taking them away. I guess. I hate group grind spots myself. So I personally don't care if they never add another group grind spot to the game. Personally, I think they should make group grinding exclusive to Arsha to encourage open world PvP. If you want to grind with a group, you got to go to Arsha. I think that'd be sick. I'd be totally for that. You know what? That's a good idea. Yeah. I'm full of them. Some might say all my ideas are good. At least everybody's sitting in this chair right now. Yeah. One thing that I thought was really cool, Canabar, and I think this is how they should do group grinds. Do it like the... Oh, fuck. Why can't I remember the name of it? It's in Mountain of Eternal Winter. You're fighting spiders. You're in an instance. Occasionally the boss spawns, and then everybody who's in their little wings goes and fight the boss. I thought that was a really cool design spot. Mirror Walk, yeah. They should do something like that, but also make it PvP oriented. Once the boss spawns, everybody goes and competes for it. Although, what would probably end up happening is people would just agree and go in there as an instance, right? Be like, okay, I'm going to go in there with my 4 other homies, and we're just going to rotate who gets the boss. And then it would lose all that flavor anyways. The Dawn Earring spot back then? Yeah, like, I thought that was a cool premise because it would do an announcement to the server like 5 minutes or 10 minutes before the Belmorn or whatever the fuck his name spawned. And yeah, it was kind of like a bat signal for the griefers to come and try to get their free Dawn Earrings. I thought that was really cool too. $99.3. I don't know what numbers he's looking at on screen, but at least he got 1.9 right. Imagine a 5-man grind spot? We don't need to imagine. We had Gyphon for a while. Oh, like the spider spot? Well, that was a 5-man grind spot, right? Even though the people weren't in a party, they would eventually converge on the boss and kill that. Which is cool, too. I don't like the fact that it's instance, but I don't know how you get around that, to be honest. I don't like anything that separates the open world players from each other. I don't like instance content at all. Now, with Edania, I think it could be interesting, because if as long as the fee is high enough, having the Edania force people into an instance to avoid the Edania, and then the Edania gets a tax from it, I think that's kind of cool. I imagine you won't be able to do Edania on Arsha, because it seems like every time you have an instance grind spot, you're not allowed to do it on Arsha. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Yeah. Well, that's kind of how we originally thought the pig was going to work, right? The golden pig cave. They talked about how there was going to be like this jackpot and like, I mean, I guess they didn't specific. No, they did say that you have to compete for the jackpot, right? So I think a lot of people interpreted that as like we would have to fight over it. We didn't realize it would be just do your laps in an instance dungeon and, you know, you randomly get it. Like, I feel like that was a really big missed opportunity for open world PvP. Like, imagine if the jackpot opened in the middle and everybody had to go there and it was like a piñata. And anybody who, kind of like, you know the tax cart, when you attack it, it automatically flags you up? It should have been like that, right? It's just like a piñata that you hit. As soon as you hit it, you're flagged up. Everybody can fight each other over it at the same time. Every time you hit it, you get some loot. That's how it should have fucking worked. Melee getting turbo fucked by range, yeah. Well, what would end up happening is guilds would end up grinding the pig cave together on a channel, right? So this way, when the piñata did spawn, they could go there and they don't have to attack each other. The same way like guilds try to control the tax card on channels, it'd be the same thing. So your guild would just try to find a channel that, you know, you don't have to compete with Digi or or something else, right? And you could also use it to fuck with other guilds, right? It'd be a good way to fuel GVGs if all of a sudden you find out, hey, Digi just got a loot piñata on I guess they wouldn't have it on ours. Well, I guess they could if it was an instance. But they could be like, this guild had just got it on there, let's go fuck with them, right? And that would create GVG drama. That'd be fucking amazing, right? We need more stuff like this. Make it do like a little 5-minute warning before the piñata starts too. So, like, if you have a scout on the channel, you can be like, okay, they got it, everybody swap. Time to crash their party, that's right. Like, that's fun, that makes the game feel alive. Sometimes you get screwed, sometimes you're the winner, right? And it's that contrast, right? Some people get mad, oh man, I can't believe they took it from you, but you know what? It's that contrast between the times where you get screwed and the times that you win that make the times that win feel so much better. Or lead to harassment. I mean, you only call it a harassment if you're a bitch. Remember, anytime somebody calls you grief, that doesn't mean that they're griefing. It just means you have really, really, really thin skin. No, definitely. Remember, just because somebody decides to do something, it doesn't mean it's the right thing. It has been very clear that open world PvP has massively suffered because of it. So, I just take it you're one of those people with thin skin, and that's alright. I mean, you don't like your PvP. This is why I think that what BDO should have done instead is just have PvE-only channels where you can't flag, and then everybody who's a baby-back bitch can just go sit on those channels and grind over top of each other and realize that removing people's agency to be able to deal with people is a hell of a lot worse than the alternative. I feel bad ganking people that are on grinding on Arsha. These days, you can actually, with the changes that they made, Oolong, you no longer need to have PvE and PvP add-ons. You can just set up a set of add-ons that do both. Some classes, maybe it's a little bit more difficult, depending on like if you use the same abilities in PvP or PvE, but at least in the case of Awakened Sage, my add-ons for PvP and PvE overlap perfectly. But with them completely removing the PvP damage and the monster damage add-ons, it's not only made it so you have to decide one or the other, but it's also completely freed up a slot and has made it significantly easier. On top of that now, with the AP cap being so aggressive at every grind spot, it's very easy once you over-gear a grind spot, you can actually grind in your PvP setup. So honestly, if you're grinding Arsha, you should be grinding in a PvP setup. Don't feel bad for attacking them and they're not in a PvE setup. Or, sorry, PvP setup. That is their own fault. And how often do you think that happens, Alexaron? Of the percentage of situations where people use the guild system, the one-sided war decks, in an appropriate way versus an inappropriate way, what do you think the percentage of that was? Okay, so you're not interested in having a conversation. You are one of those thick-skinned people. You can't even answer the question. Talk about exposing yourself, holy shit. Did you know there were already systems in place for people to avoid one-sided decks? The setup? I know, right? People are so fucking easy. They don't realize that they're just puppets on strings. They're just following the same script. I never asked you. I asked you what you think. I didn't ask you what the exact percentage was. Once again, please listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I understand you're probably a little frustrated right now because you're looking like a fool, but I'm not trying to make you look like a fool. You're doing it to yourself. I just know how to just play you like a little marionette. No, I use the crit crystals. Because even though the back attack crystals will save you on the first half, save you some time on the first half, the not having the crit damage will slow you down on the back half. And the back half can really slow you down. If you have like 1 or 2 mobs that end up being significantly higher as the rest of the pack dies, now you got to sit there and finish off those 2 or 3 mobs because you didn't get back attacks on them, or you have to just leave them behind, both of which is going to hurt your trash. It wasn't hurting their bottom line. In fact, there's evidence suggesting the contrary, because them immediately removing the one-sided deck had a very visible impact on the population of the game at the time. Luckily, they've been able to bounce back with a lot of other good changes they've been doing, but there's very clear evidence that that actually hurt the amount of people playing the game, not helped it. I like how you're still avoiding my question, though. You're just continuing to yap very generically. Once again, the percentage of people who actually abuse the system and did grief people, and I'm not saying the griefing never happened, but it was such a small percentage, definitely less than 1%. And then also, B, there are plenty of ways to avoid that. Not be in a guild, which is an unreasonable way to deal with it. You shouldn't not have to be in a guild, but you could join a guild. Like, if you're not interested in PvP, don't join a guild that PvPs. As simple as that. If you join a guild that doesn't PvP, then they couldn't deck on you. If you joined a guild that PvP, then they could be decked on. But then guess what? Even if you joined a guild that could be decked on. They could put you on protection. There is many ways to protect people from being griefed. And all of those people, like if you employed those ways to prevent griefing, you can still grief anybody the same way then as you can now. Nothing has changed in regards to the way those people grief. So now what you've actually done with removing the one-sided deck system is you hurt the way the vast majority of the people properly use the system in a way to defend the people that it actually that it has no effect on. You can still grief those people all the same way. The amount of people who were genuinely griefers was a very, very, very small portion of the population. In fact, the population of people who did that were so small that I'm sure most of you guys could just name them. That you could literally name the people who were the most common users of that shit. So, PA was actually just lazy, and instead of them, and this is so weird relative to something else, and I'll get to that in a second. But it's so weird for them to implement a system that hurts the majority of the player base more than it targets the ones that specifically abuse it. Instead of just letting the GMs handle those specific use cases, right? And then you got the report system being weaponized now for chat banning people, where it's the complete opposite. And it's really weird how they chat ban people for the stupidest things these days. Like, you repeat the same line, like, you could be a Zerker and just spam a few times that you need BSR and you could get reported for that shit. And you'll get chat banned. You can spam LOL a few times and people have been chat banned for that. For spamming. It is so crazy how actively they're handling that shit. When there's literally a block feature in the game. Now, I understand if people are saying racist shit or any bigoted shit, absolutely they should be chat banned and the GMs should be chat banning for that. But some of this stuff, it should be just a copy and paste response saying, I'm sorry this person annoyed you by spamming the same message multiple times. And then it should show step-by-step instructions on how to block somebody. But now they've created a completely separate problem for themselves. Now that people know that you can weaponize that shit for people who will just type the same message a few times in a row, like LOL or whatever. Now they've created a new situation for themselves where they have to handle these tickets because guilds think it's funny to get other guilds chat banned. And that's just creating more work for themselves. If they all of a sudden just had a copy and paste response to the majority of the tickets saying this is how you block people, then people wouldn't open up tickets to try to weaponize that against other guilds. Guilds who want to GVG can arrange it, like many old MMOs. Yeah, and how well does that work? It turns out that people only want to fight when they have the upper hand. People only want to fight when it's convenient for them. Like, you can try making all these arguments, but there's clear evidence that open world PvP has been significantly worse. It turns out, the one-sided deck system, people loved it when they were punching down. They didn't like it when they were being punched down upon. And you know what happens? Even if people do accept the GVG, as soon as they start losing, they're like, no, I'm going to drop it. Because that's just the way the community is. I just don't understand how you can rationally think that hurting the gameplay experience of the 99% of the player base that use it appropriately is justified because the GMs were too lazy to make some examples of the less than 1% that were abusing it. Oh, just 1 second, you guys. Telephone. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so the GMs should have just handled those extreme use cases where people were definitely griefing, right? Like, I want to be clear. I'm not saying griefing never happened. It was just such a small portion, literally less than 1% of the amount of people using the one-sided deck system appropriately. It was less than 1% of the people who were actually abusing it to harass people. And those should have just been handled by GMs, those situations. Gather enough evidence, punish these people. Hit them with a 3-day ban, a 7-day ban, a 30-day ban, and if they abuse it again, a perma-ban. Trust me. You start making examples, one person brings it far enough to get a permanent ban, other people all of a sudden stop abusing it. I doubt that, Otto. They seem to try to set up everything the same way. VA seems to be trying their best to not have any localized content. Should I go here if no Igris or Pig Cave? They're both fine. I'm here because I want the XP. Yeah. And that's a pretty cool situation that you get to remember, right? You get to think back on that. These organic situations with players. Do you guys really remember the 3rd time you did a rotation, the 10th time you did a rotation, the 1,000th time you did a rotation, the 10,000 rotation you did? No, you don't remember that shit. It's just the monotonous grind. It's the interaction between players, whether it be positive or negative, that create these memorable moments. And by just paging off these open world situations, you're depriving yourself of these memorable moments. That's also how you get camaraderie with your friends and your guildmates too, right? You're out grinding, all of a sudden an enemy guild shows up and they start attacking you, so you call a couple of your homies, you start working together. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But whether you win or lose, you build a stronger relationship with your friends and your guildies. You guys are real deep gens. Camaraderie, camaraderie? I don't know, maybe I'm fucking it up. Camaraderie. Okay. No, comrade. Yeah. Well, it also created a level of excitement, right? You're out grinding a spot, all of a sudden a white dot shows up on your map. You're like, shit, is it friend or foe? What the hell? Now you got to start paying attention. I don't know, it just made the game feel so much more exciting. A lot of my most memorable moments in the past are a lot of these situations. Like even old world bosses. You used to be able to fight at world bosses. You used to also be able to steal other people's loot too. Like if once the boss died, if you could, for one, you could try to feed them to the boss and they could lose crystals. Two, if you kept them camped at spawn after the boss died, the timer would run out on their loot and someone else could loot it. Like, sometimes you got the good end of that stick, sometimes you got screwed. And it's that contrast, right? It's the fact that sometimes you got screwed that made the times that you win feel so much better. Life is all about contrast. It's just like speed. You don't feel speed. You never feel how fast you're going. What you feel is acceleration and deacceleration, right? Yeah. I personally think crystals breaking is toxic, so I'm glad they addressed that for the most part. I think that's anti-PvP, feeding people to mobs to make them lose crystals. And then, you know, because when you're doing that, someone's just going to leave. So that's anti-PvP. I'm glad they addressed that. That was one of the main ways, too, people were griefing in the past, is they would, like, be a full DP Zerker. They would run up, grab you in mobs, and let the mobs kill you. And with the changes they made to the crystal system and flagging, that also wasn't an issue. They did a lot of good changes around the same time that they did the one-sided deck changes. And all of those changes would have been good on itself. They didn't need to remove the one-sided deck system on top of all of that. Unfortunately, in classic PA fashion, they swung that pendulum too far in the opposite direction. I'd always thought that maybe with Edania it will funnel endgame players to the same place, so when the one-sided decks are less likely to happen, now would be the time they could bring back kinda gameplay without much struggle. I think that's also, I'm hoping, and this is Copium Sykes, why they seem to be making like a clear line of progression to keep geared people out of lower spots. And not necessarily keep them out, but de-incentivize somebody who's like 700 gear score living it underwater for 4 years. Not gonna mention any names, but, you know, when you have a high-end player that is vastly overgearing a spot and is able to continue it to be profit, even as he vastly outgears the spot, it makes it so new players that go to this spot can't compete with that guy, not even close, right? But now there's a clear incentive to move to bigger and better spots. Keep as you get more geared, you move to greater, better spots because they're more lucrative for you. And then the people who are at the lower end spots just have to compete with each other. Black Robe is toxic as crystal breaking? I actually don't think so. I think the Black Robe is fine. Crystal breaking for sure, but the Black Robe is fine. Also, once again, believe it or not, the majority of the Black Robe was used for Node War and Siege and finding where people place. You would swap to a channel that you know an enemy guild was trying to place on, and you would have people sitting at the Black Robe constantly trying to Black Robe whoever's placing the base so you can know where their base was placed. The Black Robe was not used to snipe streamers. Think about what you're saying. Why would you need the Black Robe to tell you where the streamer is streaming when you could literally just look at his stream? You didn't think that thought through, did you? Now, hunting people that don't stream, yeah, if you're looking for someone specifically, and once again, the majority of the time it was for war decks, right? People would swap channel to channel, take a look at the rankings, see, oh, okay, that's a Black Rose member, let's Black Robe him, let's see where he's at. And then if it showed him in a safe zone, maybe it'll show him fishing, they're like, okay, whatever. But if it showed him grinding, then they could go hunt the war deck. I think it's perfectly fine being used like that. You had the karma system to protect other people. If somebody finds you, some random person finds you on another channel and then they come and attack you, they're gonna lose karma, right? They gotta kill you. Once again, the changes they made to flagging up, and even if you get fed to mobs, it still counts as a player death and they lose karma. A person can only come out there and do that to you, what, 4 or 5 times, and now all of a sudden they've wasted just as, if not more time than you've wasted, and now they're out of karma. Once again, an overcorrection. The Black Robe was fine. A lot of these other changes they made along the way helped alleviate potential abuse from it. Yeah, karma bombing is silly. I don't understand why you would bother having a system that's related to how much karma you have, or how much gear you have will determine how much karma you lose. Just make it a flat amount. They could have did a middle ground too, right? Maybe 60k was too low and 150k or 120k is too high. What about just make it 100k, right? You get 3 kills, that's it. Then it's time to move on. Oh yeah, I should feed my workers, thank you. I meant to do that earlier and I completely forgot. I can't remember. Can I fit 10k in there? Yeah, I can. The feels when you get accused of karma bombing and you're just a gearlet? Yeah. Well, if karma isn't punishing, then people could just sit there and farm somebody over and over and over and over forever, right? There needs to be a risk associated with it. Also, making it so karma was family-based and not just character-based was a really good change. Because what people used to do is they would have a tagged character and or not a tagged character, they could have a red character that was the same class. So like I could have 2 sages, not have them tagged together, right? Because if you were tagged, I don't think you could tag if you were red, and if you were red and died, then you would lose the gear. But what people would do is they would have, like, I could have 2 sages, and then I would just swap to one, put all the gear on them, then go kill the person, and then if all of a sudden it got risky, I'd just swap back to my main, right? My Elkstone dead too? Oh shit, everything is fucking falling apart here. But once again, like, adjusting these systems because of the less than 1% of situations where they were used poorly, because the GMs just didn't want to handle it, and instead chose to make the game worse for the other 99% that used it appropriately, is just so lazy and so bad. It's such bad practice. Yeah, no, when it comes to the PvP channels, they got a good thing going with Arsha. They just need to be more incentivized. If you just add more PvP channels, then it just ends up being, you know, you spread out the people who are looking to PvP even more and more and more. It's a fine line there. But they should have PvE only channels for the people who don't want plaguing. Or they need to implement that guild tag system that they teased like a year ago and incorporate one-sided decks into that. If you want to do any type of uncapped PvP, so like Guild League, War of the Roses, uncapped Node Wars, uncapped Siege, then you need to be tagged as a PvP guild. But as soon as you're tagged as a PvP guild, now you can be one-sided decked. You do not to be a PvP tagged guild, though, to do capped content. So capped content could be where like people get to just enjoy and not have to deal with that, and it's kind of like a nice little introduction for new guilds. To me, I think that's a good middle ground. So the life scaling guilds can stay safe. Guilds that are newer and just want to, you know, test the waters with capped content, they can stay safe. But then as soon as you go into uncapped content, now everybody can fight each other. Do I have it? I should. Yeah, I have 2 hours left on it. I actually need to repop my other buffs. Thank you for reminding me. Is there a bell up? No. I don't want to waste my bells on that shit. They're so inconsequential for our XP. Funner to use bells to troll. Yeah, the 50% increased loot used to be a big deal because we didn't have a bajillion loot buffs rolling at once. The 50% needs to be upped to like 100% now. Or they should just make it a multiplicative. Make Arsha like a... Maybe nerf it down to 25%, but make it a multiplicative bonus. So no matter what, it's always 25% more.
Have you ever had a dream that you could know this could know this could you wanna know this could you could know this could know this could you wanna know this could you could.
I'm more committed to you than I was my ex.
God damn. I guess that's why she's your ex. That is crazy that I have some people been subbed for over 10 years now. When are we getting married? Oh, hell no. I know I said I love you, baby, but I don't really love you. I was just trying to get my beak wet. Oh yeah. It's gonna be pretty hard not to hit 99. Or, why did I say 99? 67.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do you wanna don't do you could don't do you wanna don't do
I'm wet, only because I took a show. Not because of what you thought, you pervert.
Huh?
I fucking knew it, you dirty dog. Even after I did that nasty thing you like, men are such pigs.
By the way, you guys, we got song requests in channel now. Looks like it's not crashing anymore either.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do you wanna don't do you could don't do you wanna don't do
Pay to friend.
So I got that grind app that Choice was working on now, and I'm using it. I don't really care about using it to track how much I'm making per hour, but it is kind of cool to just have it open all day while I'm grinding and just see how much I'm making across the whole day. Like already it shows that I made 4.5 bill today. No, not the grinder app. They should have called it that though. BDO grinder. Oh my goodness, what a missed opportunity. I think the thing that makes this app the most interesting, and it sounds like they're planning on doing that, is having Garmoth integration. I think if this app gets, I mean, it seems pretty accurate now, right? But as they get more and more, it's going to get more and more accurate over time. It seems to be super accurate now, as long as there's not user error, right? But I think maybe Garmoth can have like a verified grinder section where maybe anybody who reports without using the app, their data is a little less taken seriously, or taken less seriously. Where if you have the app, then it knows exactly how much you grinded and you're not faking it, and then it, you know, at the end of your hour you could upload it. It might allow you to have much more accurate data on Garmoth. Because I think most people don't intentionally fuck up their reports. But I think, you know, it happens accidentally all the time, right? Either people grind for a couple extra minutes and they don't realize it, or they, maybe even a couple minutes less, right? Or maybe they accidentally put in one wrong number. It could lead to more accurate data on Garmoth. Oh, I got a good hour. Let me log it. Yeah. Well, that'll probably still happen, right? We were supposed to have a built-in loot log a long time ago, and I don't know whatever happened with that. Honestly, P8 needs to just do that themselves, and then this app becomes completely unnecessary. Maybe this app will be, you know, an eye-opener for them that they just need to do that, finish whatever that was. Isn't it on Global App? I know it was at one point. I don't know if it still is. I want to create a seasoned character. Is Sage Awaken good choice after updates? Oh yeah, Awaken Sage is a great class. You could reduce the cost on Song Request, but have it on a later cooldown. Yeah, is that why the Song Request is slowing down? Is 2K a little high? I could try lowering it. It would be cool if I could just do a personal cooldown, but I can't do that. I can only do like a global cooldown. At least I'm pretty sure. Now you're making me wonder. Let me take a look at it. Because if I could just make it so everybody can only queue up a song like once every 15 minutes individually, then I could lower the cost, because they don't have to worry about one person flooding it, right? Let's see. Dashboard. Viewer rewards. Let's see, song request. No, I can't add a cooldown for individual users. I can only add like a global cooldown, right? And then you guys are going to have to try to race to be the one to request. Actually, I think I can do that, Cavell. I could make it so people can only have one song in queue at a time, or maybe two. If I'm not mistaken, I saw that in the app. Let's see. Settings. Song requests. Let's see. I can actually make it per level, too. I can make it so viewers only get one, followers get two. What the hell? Why did it just crash? God damn it, John. Subs get 3. T2 subs get 4. Oh, T2 subs get 4. And maybe T3 subs. I could probably make it so T3 subs get free song requests. Pay to win already. Yeah. I would have to do it a different way. Oh, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see, commands. Oh, I can even edit. Do we have any T3 subs in chat right now? Oh, I could also do VIPs. Ooh, maybe I could do a channel point redeem. Maybe I remove all the VIPs and then make it a channel point redeem, where you could actually just pay like a lump sum of channel points and have free song requests for the whole month. If only there was a way to do like another chat tag.
You're just trying to get us to use our points so we can't spam your voice. LOL, what a silly night.
LOL. But if you work for IQON, does that mean I get song freebies? Nope. If anything, you should have to pay double. Cron meals am I paying them? Not a single one. Are you kidding me? depends on your class. If you're a class that needs critical hit chance, then that is more important. If you're a class that doesn't, then go something else. Oh, you definitely don't need critical hit chance as an Awakened Sage. You have 100% crit chance on almost every single ability except for like 3 or 4, and those abilities have a 78% chance. After that, it depends what you want to do. I know. They're gonna give us a AP on our Splendid. I think it'd be really weird if they didn't. It just seems to be the logical choice. Let us put a Bell's Heart also on our other stone for the 3 AP. Maybe they'll do that at the Calpheon Ball. Maybe that won't be right away, but I feel like it will be something that comes. It just makes sense. Yeah, I held on to my bells for the same reason. We've only got 4 essences today. Although I guess with all the fucking around and stuff I did, we're actually only at like 2 hours of grinding. So I guess that's only a little below average. They are, yeah. And it's gonna have pities as well. We don't know the pities though. We don't know how many crons because it was very clear that those were placeholders for what they were showing us. But they did show that they want to add those. Yeah, I have like 4 or 5 telescopes. The grab bug a lot of classes have? What's that? I'm not sure if I'm aware of it. You're on my way to me? I'm not on our ship, by the way. Why don't you just tell me? Is it a bug that can be abused, or is it a bug that it's not working? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I was aware that there was classes like that. Warriors and Zerkers were able to use that in the past. And there were some other classes too. Damn, that's a lot. So it sounds like they reintroduced it, because I know they ended up fixing that on some classes, or on most of them. Maybe all of them. I don't remember people doing it in the recent past. But I know it was something that was in the past. So maybe, yeah, I guess whatever they did, maybe reintroduce that and made it so more classes can do it. It's bullshit. I don't think mine can. I don't have a flow. The move is done. If you need a level, meet me at DSR on Arsha. Oh, damn. I have another almost 1.8%, and then I'm back to Ursha. No, definitely, like, in the past when it was doable, it definitely wasn't a ping-related thing. It was just because it was, I guess, some weird coded CC. Like in the case of Warrior doing it in the past, I remember like if you were comboing somebody and then all of a sudden one of their teammates ran up, even if you had the guy capped on the ground, if you grabbed his buddy and slammed him down, that slam would re-CC the guy that was already on the ground capped. And I know Zerkers actually had an ability that was just like that too, that would actually bound you even just on attempt. You didn't even need to try to grab a secondary guy, which sounds similar to what's happening now. Stage grab can do that now too? Wait, it can? Oh shit. Oh shit. Should I come over and test it? No, I don't care. Savior main? Did I read that correctly? Oh man, aren't you a Savior main? Because if you're not, get the hell out of here. There's only future Savior mains allowed in this chat. Yeah, get him out of here. Stage main. Get out of here. But can't you save this? Yeah. You can save anything and everything. Oh, Sage mains. Am I right, chat? Why do you hear Discord pings? Because you're probably getting pinged on Discord. That's my prediction, at least. Yep. That's hitting on Thursday, baby. That's a buff in more situations than it's a nerf. But in the situations that it's a nerf, it's gonna suck. Like against Hash. Hash is gonna be like a hard counter to Sage. Okay, for some reason I don't think that request worked. Why is it crashing again all of a sudden? Let's see, half man, half horse. Let's see. Thought we fixed that. Honestly, just gonna have to play completely different against Hashes, really. Any block jump class. It's not. I don't know if I would necessarily call it a hard counter, but yeah, you're just gonna have to play very differently against them. More specifically, Awakenings. Ducks will probably be. I'll probably deal with them the exact same way. But Awaken Hash, because that grabs on the table, definitely changes up how comfortable you can be in super armors. I don't think it changes up a Wagyu very much. I guess it's mainly BJ classes with grabs. I honestly think there's more nerfs coming, though. I think when they do the damage nerfs, the PvP damage nerfs in a couple weeks, I think that we're going to see some more changes. Maybe not necessarily nerfs, but what I hope they do is I hope that they reduce the damage on things like primarily Spear Bolt and Aftershock, and move that damage to Rift Storm and Interrogate. I think that's one of the main reasons bad Awakened Sages do well, is because they can just spam Spear Bolts over a target, and they're doing like ridiculously good chunk damage. You tried to link a whole goddamn playlist? Holy, trying to hog the queue. Okay, it just crashed again. Why is it crashing every single time now? Did it have something to do with what I changed? It might have. Let me go back. Ever since I changed something, it was working perfectly fine. And then it stopped. Let's see. Settings. Let's see. Song request. Okay. The hell? My room. Oh, fuck, I accidentally just closed Spotify. Interrogate should drop bombs? It should. I mean, it's one of our most punishable animations that we're locked into. Why, like, if you want Sages to feel more catchable, make them have to do that ability more, right? Not have to, but make them want to do that ability more. So when you have a Pen Fallen God tapping stream, never, because it's stupid to tap for Pen Fallen God. I would argue it's stupid to buy it too, but it is what it is. I don't want to rain on people's parades. I know they're happy about having their Pen Fallen Good, but I can't justify throwing away hours for one. Okay. I set those things back to the settings they were at. Let's see if it crashes anymore. Yeah, we do have new armors coming. And even though they look turbo time-gated right now, I think anybody with reasonable common sense knows that that's not going to stay that way. Considering the average... Choice was talking about this yesterday on stream. The time gate on it is on average 15 years to go from base all the way to deck. And even if you had 4 obliteratings already, so full obliterating, then it's only 11 and a half years. Only. Or 11 years, something like that. I know he said 11, maybe he said 11 and a half. Let's be honest, there will be new armors and stuff long before then, and they're going to introduce more ways to get those stones long before then as well. So, This is just a temporary time gate. So the people who have Pen Fallen God at least feel like they didn't get nothing for getting a Pen Fallen God early, right? That's clearly what it is. They knew they had to throw them some type of bone. Well, that's completely different. We're talking about enhancing, not acquisition, Canabar. Getting your full Fallen God, sorry, your full Edania armors are going to only take 4 weeks to have full base. Yo, what's up, Thantos? Should we be putting Spotify links? Yeah. I don't know why your request didn't work. Oh, you didn't redeem. You have to do the song request redeem. The channel point thing. I think that they're also going to, at the bare minimum, significantly reduce the amount of pities needed for a Pen Fallen God as well. I honestly think, though, that maybe they do a combination of two. They don't reduce the pities as much, but they slightly increase the chance as well. So instead of it being like a 0.01% chance, then maybe they bump it to like a 0.5. And then they make it like 500 pities or something. I don't know. But I don't think that'll happen right away. I think that's something a little bit later down the road. But based on the enhancement chance and the enhancement cost of the Edania armors and the equivalent of a Pen Fallen God, right? So you convert a Pen Fallen God for an Oct armor. Considering the cost of making the Oct, it's clear that they recognize that the numbers they had set for Pen Fallen God were completely obnoxious. Yeah, but if the difference between an Oct and a base Pen Fallen God, sorry, an Oct and a base Edania armor was larger in terms of stats, then I would totally pay the premium for the extra stats. But the amount of stats is so minimal that I can't justify throwing away so many grind hours just to have such a small, inconsequential amount of stats early. Yeah, 1 DP. I think it alternates like 1 DR and 1 evasion back and forth. I can't remember exactly, but it's such a small amount. Like I said, even if you have full Oct Fallen God, sorry, full Pen Fallen God now, it's still an 11-year time gate. I think it's pretty safe to assume we're going to probably have 1, 2, maybe even 3 new sets of armor before that anybody hits that time gate. Yeah, and that's only going to be a thing for like maybe the first month. Right? That gap is going to close really quick. Now, what they should have done, and this might have been more interesting, this would be a good incentive, is make it so the harder the boss is, the more of the Edania fragments you get. Then that would have been some serious incentive, right? Like if you could do Capras and you get 3 stones a week instead of 1 if you do the weakest, then that would be some serious incentive to try to get a head start so you can start doing Capras as soon as possible. Do you think there's going to be a new version of Gooms and Max? Eventually. I don't know about when.
Right.
Obviously, like, MMOs are all about progression. So if you're, like, at any point, if you want to ask yourself, will there eventually be an upgrade to this? The answer is yes. The only time upgrades stop is when the game dies. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I don't know what reward could be for fighting higher bosses. Maybe a higher chance for the rare drops from there. From the boss, right? I think that's very likely what it'll be. Also, just having a smaller pool of people to compete against, right? Even though they're going to be harder players because they'll have more gear, but a smaller pool. I'm sure the area surrounding Capras is also going to be probably the more lucrative spot. So people will want to grind there, and that means if you're the Edania, you make more money off the tax if you get it, right? That's a pretty good incentive. It's also important that we're not getting all 5 bosses right away, right? We're only getting... Part 1 is being separated into 2 parts. So there's going to be Part 1A, Part 1B, and then there'll be a Part 2 later on down the road. So we're only getting the first 3 bosses. We're not getting all 5. What was the DP requirement for the 3rd boss? Anybody remember? Or the speculated, because they showed the recommended for the castles. That might just mean the recommended stats for the region, not necessarily the boss. Oh my god, why do people keep fucking calling me today? Fuck off. Oh, this isn't even for me. I'm not answering it. $460, okay. And what are we at now? 438. Oh no, it's 445. 460 was Caphra's, so 445. Yeah, 445 is going to be so easy. So those people with Pen Fallen God aren't even going to get an advantage, right? Even if you don't have a Pen Fallen God, you'll be able to hit 445 and immediately do Enslar. And I'm sure by the time Caphras comes out, most people will be getting pretty close to 460. All you need is 1 and 3 Whalings. You don't even need that. You got to remember, we're getting the Sovereign offhand, right? We're going to get 5 more DP on there as well. So you really just need 1 Narc Earring. If you want to do it day 1, just 1 Narc Earring and get yourself a deck offhand. That's it. I think you get 5 from the offhand. I think you start from Sept and higher, right? Shit, let me take a look. Do we have a Solve offhand showing the... I don't... Fuck. I think we made a command for it, did we? Maybe we didn't. Well, the offhand doesn't get DP until I think it's either Pen or Hex. And then I think it gets 1 more. Is it already on Garmoth? Cool. Let's take a peek. Let's see. Gear Planner. Solve. Offhand. Here we go. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's at Sep and higher. So Sep gains 1, Oct gains 1, Nov gains 1, Deck gains 1. So you get 4 more DP if you get to Deck. So that'll put me at 432. And then a Narc Earring gets me 447. So you actually don't even need it. You only actually need 1 Narc and a... you could have full Ted Armors, 1 Narc Earring, and a Oct offhand. And you can immediately do the 3rd boss. And we're only getting the first 3 bosses next... well, over a week from now. So yeah, you don't even need a Pen Fallen God. And then it'll continuously get easier after that, right? Because as you upgrade your Edanias, you're going to gain more DP. What about DP crystals? True, you might be able to use a DP crystal, but you lose so much monster damage that I have a feeling you won't be able to kill the bosses if you equip one of those crystals. You're going to lose so much offensive stat. You got to remember, losing 25 AP now is like legit, like almost 200 monster damage gone. It's not just 25 times 8, it's 25 times 8 plus 20 plus 25 and plus brackets. So, yeah, over 200. Probably closer to 250. That's a lot of monster damage. That's a rough estimate. That's probably fair. Once you factor in brackets and stuff like that, it's probably pretty close to 10. Yeah, so I think if you want to do that 3rd boss week 1, then yeah, just get a narc. Actually, I wonder. 1 second, I want to take a look at something. If you have 1 Pen Fallen God and put that back to that, yeah. Yeah, that's the main advantage you get. is if you have a pen Fallen God, then you don't need to use a Narc earring as long as you get a deck offhand day one. Then you can actually queue without the Narc earring. And then, yeah, immediately by the second week, once people get their first Edania armor, instantly that's gone. So the people who have one pen Fallen God really only get that advantage for the very first queue. They don't have to use an Arc Earring, and that's it. And once again, that's assuming they get a deck offhand. If they don't have a deck offhand, then they still need to use the Narc Earring. Unless they have 2 pen Fallen Gods. Actually, maybe 3. 1 second. Let me see. No, 2 would be fine, because then, yeah, it would be, yeah. No, that works. Somebody just said it was 450, 445, didn't they? Or did I misread it? Let's see, let me scroll back up. Yeah, it said 445. Wait, oh, maybe I read that backwards. Let's see, Jordine, 427, Rusica, 440, Karshan, 445. Yeah, Enslar is the 4th boss, which is 450. We're not getting Enslar or Kafra's the first, in the first part. Is YouTube down for you? Yeah, it seems to be working for me. Let me double check. Yeah, it's working for me. We're getting Enslar in the first one? Well, Enlave was in here just the other day saying we're in part 1 we're getting 3 bosses and so there's 2 parts to Edania, but we're getting part 1 in 2 parts. So there's going to be part 1A, part 1B, and then part 2, and we don't know how many parts that'll be, right? And apparently we're only getting the first 3 bosses. Or, I guess they didn't say the first 3 bosses, they said we're just getting 3 bosses. So yeah, maybe they're doing 1, 2, and 4? Okay, that makes more sense then. Okay, that explains why you guys are saying Enslar. So yeah, then 450, if that's the case. So what do you need for that? Let's see. Oh, I closed Garma. Okay, so to hit 450, get your solve offhanded deck. If you have 1 pen Fallen God, you don't get there. If you have 2 pen Fallen Gods, you don't get there. So you need 3 pen Fallen Gods to do it without a Narc Earring. If you do a Narc Earring, then you can get away with only 1 pen Fallen God. And if you do 2 Narc Earrings, then you don't need any pen Fallen Gods. Actually, if you do 2 Narc Earrings, you only need an Oct offhand. Time to buy some Narc Earrings, chat. Get them while they're hot. Get them while they're hot. Yo. I kind of want them. I'm going to buy them. I don't care. There we go. Now I can do Enslar. What's the AP difference anyways? $6 AP plus the crystal. That's still that's a pretty sizable chunk of monster damage lost. For me, it's not so much the reward. I actually just want to be able to fight Enslar week 1. Every class in BDO is pretty simple. Just get on it and practice. No classes in BDO are complicated. The only people who say their class is complicated are people who want to try to put themselves up on a pedestal. Do you get banned for imager pics? No, you can post pictures in here. As long as we will manually ban you if you start posting like pornography or any bigotry shit. I'm looking forward to the gearlets who cheese into harder bosses and then whine how the harder bosses are. Yeah. Well, I mean, that much AP is a pretty big amount of AP loss. If there's a, they might put an enrage timer to stop people from cheesing it, right? And if they put an enrage timer to stop you from cheesing it, losing that much monster damage might mean you can't make the timer. But it would still be cool just to fight her, just for shits and giggles, and see like what her mechanics and stuff are. I don't even think APM is something to consider unless you have like arthritis or something like that. Everything just becomes rhythmic. You just... Sure, you have to press the buttons faster, but, you know, it's all just patterns. Typically, certain abilities flow into others, and once you know the patterns, it becomes easy and just muscle memory. It only feels tough at first. Because you got that brain lag, right, where you're trying to think of what you need to press next, and then you got to try to press it quickly, and then because you know you're already a bit behind because you had to think about it, now you're rushing it, and it feels very forced and cumbersome. But that goes away really quickly. There's 4 previous dungeons, not 3. Had to use a controller instead of a keyboard? Yeah. Controllers are super viable now for BDO. They always have been with most classes, but now like the biggest reason not to use a controller in the past was for mouse move abilities. But now that mouse move has been removed, yeah, there's you know, controller's a great option if you prefer to play with controller. Which one is the 4th? Or Zekia? There's Vamakia is the 1st. The Krakia is the 2nd. Olenkita, I think it was? No. Olakia is number 3. Or Zekia is number 4. Oh, you legit said Orzekia main questline. That's my bad. For some reason, I read Orzekia, but my brain thought Edania. Yulenakia, that's it. Thank you. Oh, we need to pop another buff. Yeah, 130 monster damage is a lot to lose. Like I said, if they put in a rage timer on those bosses, losing 130 AP means you're going to kill it a lot slower. I guess it depends if there's AP caps in there too. If the AP cap ends up being, you know, quite a bit lower than the AP we have, then it might not matter that you're losing 130 monster damage. How much monster AP is gained with the Dex Sovereign offhand? You break even at base, so all of the additional monster damage you get from a current pen Blackstar, you lose basically 13 AP worth of that, right? 13 total AP, so 13 plus monster damage. I don't think that counts the brackets, though. So I think you immediately end up a little bit ahead, and then every AP after that for enhancing it, which will be a total of 11, I believe, by the end. So you're going to end up being like up 100, probably more than 100. I think if you get it to deck, you end up 11 AP, and if we take that same thing we said earlier, where it's like an average of 10 AP per AP, 10 monster AP per AP, you could assume it's like an extra 110 monster AP. Do we think they will? Maybe. They're certainly going to get even more trivial if they don't, right? They're already quite trivial. Your group scrapes by. It's only going to get easier, though, if you're doing it now. Just think, a couple more weeks of gains. I'm considering starting to play this game, so I found my way here. I've always been interested in MMORPGs, but never got to them probably. Yeah, Vito's a great game. It's going to feel a little overwhelming at first. Nothing individually is very complicated. There's just a lot of little things to learn. But don't feel like there's any race to try to learn it all. Just take it like every day, one step at a time. Try to learn something new. Have fun with it. I wonder, how much DP do you gain when you convert a Tet to a pin? Let's see. Okay, so converting a Tet armor to a base Edania gives no DP. It's the same. Even though your DR and stuff goes up a lot. And then it's one every enhancement after that. Oh yeah, so the real advantage is the second week. On the second week, they don't need any narcs. Where everybody trying to do Kafras, it's not Kafras, sorry, Enslar, will need those narcs for like the first over a month. I bet that's what they do. I bet they make the AP cap on these bosses, if there even is an AP cap, really high. And they make the DR really high. So people who try to cheese it with narcs and stuff like that end up having a real tough time killing the bosses, or it's impossible if there's a enrage timer. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 1 DP from the hunting outfit. I completely forgot about that. You don't need it, but it might help you. Let me see. Let me take a look at, you know, where that gear was. I completely forgot about that. Okay, let's see. Hunter's clothes. Boom. 1 DP there. Still need 2 narcs if you just have Ted armors. But now you only need a Sept offhand. I don't know why Garmoth says unsure if Sovereign offhand has Reforged Stones when it literally said in the item description that there's Reforged Stones. If I'm not mistaken, during the Hideout Ball when they showed it, the description said the same line that Sovereigns. That it says, what is it again? You can reforge this item with Reforged Stones. It only has 1 Edania armor because we don't know the exact stats of the other ones yet. We do know that there's going to be a combination, but even in the case of the armor, they increase the DR. So there's a little bit of speculation. I think it's safe to assume that the reason why the chest piece has this big jump in DR, even converting like a Tet to a base, is probably because they need to compensate for the gloves and the boots gaining so many additional stats. Yeah, it is going to use the same reforges. I would suspect at least. I mean, maybe they could add specific reforges. Okay, let's see. It would also be funny if they made it so whatever gear you use to kill the boss, that's the same gear you have to fight the other 9 players for, or with. So if you use shit to cheese it, then you gotta fight with that cheesy gear in the PvP side of it. The first Edania boss was what, 335? 340? Somebody said it earlier, I can't remember. I think it was actually maybe it was 330. Oh, 427. Oh, did I say 330? Yeah, I meant 4. But yeah, that's yeah, it's, I mean, I'm already 11 higher than it, right? Gonna be super accessible. So what's the point of doing harder bosses at higher DP? Less competition to be the Edania. And I think probably the good rewards will have a higher chance from the boss as well. Yeah, the bosses are solo. There can only be one Edania, right? One Edana for each castle, so... If the qualifier was a group thing, that'd be kind of weird. Here, I'll be back. What the hell? Anybody notice my mini-map? Why does my mini-map look like I'm in Serendia? I never noticed. Oh, it just fixed as soon as I moved. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first time I've noticed that. I just went and made myself some lunch. Remind me, you guys, I'm just stuffing my face. As I usually do. No, get back here. Yeah, Dreamy went to Canada last night. Okay, here he goes. That's the setup. Where's the punch? You were looking for Canadian chocolate. Is there even a such thing as Canadian chocolate? As far as I'm aware, cocoa doesn't grow here. Maybe if they add maple to the chocolate, they call it Canadian chocolate. Mm-mm. There we go. Lunch is done. Had a barbecue yesterday. Had some family over, and I made some homemade burgers. And I had 2 leftover burgers. My wife will have the other one when she gets home. Almost called her my mom. My wife will have the other one when she gets home. But I put a fried egg on top. Whew, that was close, yeah. Well, she does call me daddy. No, the reason why I was thinking about my mother there is I was going to actually send a leftover burger, because my mom didn't come for dinner last night. She had to actually watch the neighbor's dogs, which is largely an excuse for her to just stay home. She doesn't like going out. But I was going to send a leftover burger to her, but then I called her to ask her if she wanted me to, and she ended up having like scallops and all that stuff last night at the house, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I should have went there for dinner. So originally one of these leftover burgers was supposed to be for her. Scallops. And some other stuff. My mother is like 80 pounds soaking wet. She is very thin. She does not take care of herself. So she probably had like 3 scallops and then fed the other half a dozen to the dogs. Who just has scallops in their home? Oh, my mother does. She loves like seafood and stuff like that. She always has shrimp and scallops at home. She'll have like frozen ones in the freezer, right? And then she'll just pull out some when she wants some. Oh yeah. Take a baking sheet, put some parchment paper down, grab your scallops, wrap a piece of bacon around it, stick a toothpick through it, and then bake them in the oven. Oh, hell yeah. It's such a banging snack. It's so good. Yeah, we don't get fresh scallops here. I'm too inland for fresh scallops. You'd probably have to order from some specialty place. So far, we've been live for 4 hours now, and I've made 6.2 bill, chat. Made 6.2 bill today. Nope, I'm using the grind tracker, Choices grind tracker. I don't care so much how much I'm grinding per hour, but I am curious how much I make per day. And just letting that shit run, including breaks and all, I think is a much more reasonable, comparison. Right here, let me pull it up for you guys. Oh, can I just do the overlay like that? Oh, That didn't show up properly. Let's see. Properties. Multi-adapter capability. No, that didn't fix it. Here, we'll just change it to this. There we go. Right. I don't plan on using it to track every hour. I'm legit just gonna, at the start of my day, press start, and then at the end of the day, see how much I made. I think it'll be pretty cool for that. Get a better idea of how much I make every day. No bugs here, Vortex. Where do you get that? We should probably put a command for it. Yeah, it's available. It's in open beta now for everybody to test. If somebody has a link to Choice the Video Companion Discord, and if one of my mods can make a command for it, make sure you put credit for Choice in the in it, because Choice is the one funding this, the development of it. Doing this for Edania shards. Heard it's busted here. No, no. You only get like 10 an hour here. Oh. Boom. We got our hammer box chat. We'll save this for our sovereign offhand. No, I'm grinding here specifically to try and finish my level. This is the best XP spot in the game now. I mean, Gaifen is probably still better if you do like one of those cheese spots where you have like 4 people in a party and the person in the middle that gets to get XP from all the rotations. It's probably better for him. But, I mean, why go through all that effort when you could just come here? I honestly hope PA, because once again, we were talking about this earlier, PA was already experimenting with a loot tracker in-game. It was on Global Lab at one point. I don't know if it still is, but maybe this will be an eye-opener that they should just have in-game implementation. This is best solo? Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. Even Titch, who is a, I think he's level 70, level 71 or something like that. Somebody who's put lots of focus on XP. He's probably hanging in chat. He'll probably be able to say. But even he has now moved to Darkseekers. He used to live at Gaifen. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily everything in game, but there is a lot of stuff where there's no harm in doing it for sure. Giving the community, even if like, this is where I'm at, Krushak. If they don't want to put in the development time to do it, then yeah, just have an API of the stuff that they feel is okay to be accessed, and then let the community do it, right? Then they don't have to put the development hours into it, and they can just let the community do it, because the communities love doing shit like that. Can you change it to Choice's grinder bot? Just put an R after that. Please. Just for shits and giggles. I don't know what his intentions are with it. I imagine at one point he's going to want to recoup some of what he's invested into it. Though there might be some type of monetization. There will probably be basic features that are public that get people's feet in the door. And then maybe some more intricate information that you have to unlock behind a paywall. That's how a lot of things do that these days, right? Yeah. Yeah, put grinder tracker. Yeah, maybe you're right, because a bot does have a negative connotation with it, right? All it really is just recording your screen, sorry. Grinder tracker, yeah. They give you a sample before pouring the full glass, yeah. No, I love community-involved shit, too. It's a great marketing strategy. It is, alright? For sure. Right now, any type of data on Garmoth, you got to take with a grain of salt, right? Like, you really need to learn how to properly use the data to get a good idea of what your average should be. You can't just trust the numbers that are on there. You kind of look at the proportionality between different numbers and then compare it to your own and then extrapolate. But when they do plan on apparently integrating this into Garmoth, what they could eventually end up doing is, because people can't really cheese these hours, what they could do is integrate it into Garmoth, where the public data that people look at for the averages has to be linked to this grind tracker, sorry. And then you have much more refined and data. Because right now, like, not that people do it intentionally, I'm sure there are some, but sometimes, most of the time, I think it's just user error, right? People grind for an extra few minutes, they don't realize that they passed their hour. But now they include that extra 3 minutes into their hour, which skews it by 5%, right? Sometimes people go under. Sometimes people don't pay attention. They forget to loot. They forget to remove things from their inventory, and then they start their hour, and then they report it with additional stuff in their inventory. I think user error is a lot more common than malice, right? So, integration with this into Garmoth might allow us to have more accurate Garmoth numbers in the future. Forget to tick Aegis, forget to add a coin, put blue instead of yellow. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is an app like this, if it's already screen grabbing from this, the item drop information in the bottom right corner here, right? If it's already grabbing from that and doing screen recognition, they could very easily make it look for Aegis too, right? In the future. And then it just automatically figures, okay, you had Aegis for 10 minutes. It could even grab you, like, your loot scroll, and it can automatically see your loot scroll, and maybe even automatically pick up your buffs and your comma and all that stuff, right? This is all stuff they can add to it in the future. PA does do meet and greets with the community. They do, like, fiestas and stuff all the time. Where you get to just... Although I don't think it's more of, like, for suggestions or anything like that, but it's actually just, And I think you're absolutely insane if you think PA is bad at communication. I think PA is up there with, maybe not quite at GGG, but it's definitely up there. I think your issue is you're looking at it based on specific regions. You got to remember, this is a global game. Every region's going to play it differently, and they're trying to accommodate the global market, not just one region. So every region is going to feel like they're not being heard because they're considering everybody as a whole. No, I'm not saying they don't. You see, you're not even listening. Oh my goodness. No, they listen to way more than KR. That's completely obnoxious. Okay, moving on. We got a lack of listening skills here. Maybe I'm just communicating it poorly. So how many of you guys in chat feel prepared for Edania? Yeah, there's Grinding Gear Games is the only other company that obviously is better. I can't think of other games that communicate as well. Maybe RuneScape. I mean, I don't pay much attention to RuneScape. They seem to do a lot for their community, so I imagine they're pretty good. But they definitely do way better than the vast majority of games. To try to say that they're the worst is you have your eyes and ears shut. $1.5 trillion, never been this ready. Yeah. We've had lots of time, right? That was part of the reason why people were so ready for Sovereign, too. Like, we had, like, a whole year where there was, like, nothing, it felt like. Because they were so focused on quality of life. And that's probably the best example of them paying attention. Like, take a look at all the quality of life changes. Take a look at everything that has happened this year. Like, they've been addressing almost every single issue we've been harping about. Like, this year has been actually wild. Like, how long have we been bugging for global releases? How long have we been asking for an Alchemy Stone reform? The amount of quality of life changes that have happened over the last frickin' 4 years. Every year is just amazing. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Maids were so goated too. Back then when silver had weight, you could make so much money at the tax cart if you had maids. Holy. Other people would have to go run back to town to dump and then come back, where you could just... People would buy stuff off the market to just sell it back later. Once they ran out of normal maids. Wagons, storing stuff in wagons too, yeah. The quality of life changes that we've asked for and have had done over the years. Like I said, I don't know how in the right mind you could say that PA doesn't listen to us. This game is so... Every year, it's so much better than the last. The only change I think is reasonable to have a major complaint about is what they did to one-sided decks. But that does seem in general to be more a region thing specifically. Like, I think just NA and EU, and I hate to speak for other regions because I'm obviously not in touch with their communities. Maybe if we have Samina and C and other regions here, they can comment on this. But NA and EU definitely seems, in general, to be much more against that change than for it. What do you mean? They have 2 balls a year. They also have fiestas where they have little community events. Every single global lab, they've been putting stuff in patch notes on there, explaining what they're doing, what their intention is. They are absolutely communicating with us. Once again, your head's in the sand. So, we talk to them and then they respond to us, but that's not... Get out of here. That is so dumb. Head in the sand. Let's move on. It feels very poorly. It seems like you want a very specific style of communication, and unless it's that one style, you're going to say that PA is the worst at communicating, which is completely obnoxious. GGG is definitely the golden standard, but to say that PA, and these are your words, not mine, to say PA is... Let me go... I don't even want to paraphrase. Let's read it. I genuinely don't know any other company with worse communication, were your words. GGG is grinding gear games. Those are the developers of Path of Exile. They've been like the golden standard for communication with their communities. If you come close to them, you are doing really, really well. I mean, every company could always do better for communication, right? But PA is they are much more closer to the top than they are to the bottom. This is primarily my playlist. I don't know if anybody's been queuing up songs, but there is song request. It seems more like Krushik has an issue. He wants it to be a specific style of communication. Yeah. Oh, this year has been absolutely insane. This year can definitely be compared to GGG in terms of what they've been talking about, the issues that we enjoyed that they've been addressing. It crashed again. God damn it. All of that shit, right? Previous years, they still did well communicating, but they definitely didn't act upon. They did more quality of life, really. Going back to YouTube, I don't like the music. Good. That's why we have different options. YouTube, you can play your own music. Accidentally closed my multi-chat there. Oops. Felt like there were... That's the thing, though, is if you're looking at specifically class changes and content, then it did feel like they were on vacation last year. But if you take a look at all of the quality of life changes they did last year, it's actually unreal how much they did. The problem is, though, quality of life changes are just for the existing player base. They don't bring new or old players back to the game. Content does, right? Quality of life keeps existing players in the game, but doesn't bring old players back. And I think they focused a little too much on quality of life last year, but they did an amazing amount. I think they're struggling striking a balance between content and quality of life. I think a lot of it had to do, too, with, like, early last year, you had people like Asmongold and some other big creators come into the game, and they just felt overwhelmed with so much shit, like all the items in their inventory, all of these complaints. Like, last year, they spent a lot of time addressing a lot of those things. What quality of life would you like to see next? Even though I don't life skill at all, I think this is low-hanging fruit. I think this window, they need to add the new tools that they added to the game to it. Accessories should go in there. And shit, even let you put all your life skilling clothes in there. That seems like something that should be so trivial, since they already have the foundation laid here. All they gotta do is add the slots. Fitness stats. These should be family-based. Well, quality of life doesn't bring new players into the game. Quality of life player helps keep existing players in the game, right? It helps alleviate with fatigue. It's never going to be 100% retention based on quality of life. It's all about striking a balance between the two. You can't just keep adding stuff and do no quality of life. Because obviously everything you release isn't going to be perfect right off rip, right? No. Do you think people who don't play BDO are looking at BDO patch notes, waiting for a quality of life change on systems that they don't understand? Kind of silly, don't you think? New players aren't paying attention. People who have never touched BDO aren't looking at BDO and saying, oh, look, they finally adjusted life skills. I don't know what life skills are, but you know what? They finally adjusted them. I'm going to start playing BDO. That's not happening. Just has been months ago. I mean, that is still just. Take a look at the vast majority of games out there. Most of them will only get a quarterly update. What do you think of Black Desert switch to a new game engine like Crimson Desert? Well, I mean, obviously it would be fantastic, but that's the chances of that happening are like 1 in a million. The incentive for doing that is absolutely zero. If anything, it actually will... It's a massive expense and could cause a tremendous amount of issues. Read my previous wall text? Okay, let's see. Oh, so for an example, I would like to know PA's stance on why they aren't implementing more treasure items into the game. To give more motivation to play other than just silver. Chase items are amazing and so motivating, I agree. Unless they address this by themselves, there is no way to make me ask this question. In comparison, GGG talks to the community a few times a year, and the streamers' questions, so they're... Well, they definitely do all of that. The second half, they're talking to partners all the time. They have spots on their forums where, you know, you think that they don't listen, but you got to think about it, right? They have the feedback forums. They can't respond to every message that's on there, but that doesn't mean that they don't read them all. The problem is the community has, and even PoE players have this same problem, is as soon as you comment, as soon as PA comments, hey, we like this idea, we'll look into it. The community interprets that as, oh, I guess they're going to do it, and then when it doesn't happen, the community gets mad. That communication is happening, though, and they do give feedback. But also... As for the treasure items, I agree. I think they try to strike a balance with treasure items. They don't want these treasure items to feel mandatory. They want them to feel optional. So that definitely makes it a lot more difficult for them to add new treasure items to the game. So far, I think they've been doing a good job. The one item that does feel closer to mandatory instead of optional was the HP pot, the infinite pot, and they ended up compromising there and making it tradable on the market. Okay, but we said new players. We didn't say old players. I mean, if there was something that was super, super annoying to you and they patched it, then maybe you would come back. But I don't think something like that is going to be taking your attention. I think we're talking about an outlier here. No, down smashes are still 30% chance. Although some classes it feels like it's higher, but probably because it's a multi-tick down smash. But I do agree with you. I love treasure items. I love treasure items. I want them to do more. It's fun to have these little chase items that aren't really a big deal, but they're kind of fun to collect. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, you have more of an issue with the style of communication. You want it to be a specific way. And for some reason, you're trying to paint this picture that because it's not a specific way, it doesn't count as communication. Which, that's where I take issue with. Yeah, they communicate differently, but that doesn't mean they don't communicate. And once again, too, even by that standard that I don't agree with, even if we do use that, you still can't make the argument that they're the worst for communicating. It's still not even close. Even by that unrealistic standard. Yeah. Hey, my current gear is 319, 392. What's the best grind spot for your current gear? I don't know. That's a good question. Honestly, I've been over-gearing everything new they add for so long that I don't know who should be where at what point. Oh, it absolutely is an unrealistic standard, because you're basically saying that only as long as you communicate with me this way is the only way it counts as communicating. That would be like saying, maybe this is a bad analogy, I'll let you guys decide. That would be like saying, oh, okay, well, if you communicate to me in a different language or something, then it doesn't count as communicating. You want them to communicate with you a specific way. And wow, what you're getting at there is exactly what I was trying to get at earlier when I was talking about this being a global game. Is they're trying to communicate with so many different regions and listen to so many regions that have so many different play styles. I don't think PA's issue is that they don't listen enough. I think PA's issue is that they actually listen to too much. I think there's obviously a balance to strike there, but I think at times when you have so much conflicting feedback coming from one region to another, that they just need to say, okay, this is a point where there is no unanimous decision or feeling about this, so we just need to take control and make sure it follows our vision. Oh yeah. Evasion is in the dumps. And DR is far more toxic than Evasion ever was. Maybe not the early day of Evasion, actually. But, like how Evasion's been the last 4 years, DR is way more toxic than that was. That's not even the case anymore, Math. I don't know if you still play the game, but that's not even the case. It's actually a lot easier to deal with Evasion than it is these DR builds. Have streamers collect questions, condense them, then have a live open dialogue. So, I guess that's your main issue. Now, okay, I was just about to say, the fact that you specified streamer, I was about to have contention with that, because I think just because someone's streaming, that doesn't mean that they have the, their intentions might be good, but that might not mean, that doesn't necessarily mean they're connected with what the community wants or even needs. And you gotta remember, what you want isn't always what you need either, right? I think people have a very bad habit of not looking at the unintended consequences of some of the things that they suggest, because they're so tunnel visioned on just part of it. And I think this is why it shouldn't matter. Streamers should not be held to a higher standard than other, sorry, 1 second. Shit, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't think streamers are any more connected with what, like, they might know what they want, but they don't know what everybody wants and needs. Streamers should not be held to a higher standard, yeah. I think streamer feedback should be just as weighted just as heavily as just your average user. Even new players. Some people will try to make the argument that new players' feedback is less valuable because they have less experience with the game. And it certainly means that you should take it with a grain of salt, but that doesn't mean their feedback is bad. Because new players are important too. Before people become veteran players, they have to be new players, right? And if they never make it beyond being a new player because of things they don't like, that's something that needs to be addressed. So their feedback is also equally as valuable. Yeah. And for a while there, Choice has become a lot better at this over the last year. But I swear, like a year or two ago, it was just a running joke that every single suggestion Choice made was for the 700 gear score Zerker. It was funny how weighted his feedback was specifically for like the hyper invested veteran gamer. These days he's been a lot better with it though. Imagine if you could have had feedback for Awakening Warrior since day one. Awakened Warrior isn't even that bad. Sorry, that difficult to modernize it. Really, the biggest issue with Awakened Warrior is we are in a very fast game now, and their movement is very old. Like, just modernize Warrior's movement to be more similar to more modern classes, and Warrior's fantastic. Is it the same as Warrior and Striker? Or sorry, Moose and Striker? No. Stamina management is a huge portion of skill in this game, not with most classes. It's a very limited amount of classes. Definitely feels like stamina management is one of the biggest areas where there's a lot of work in terms of PvP balance that can be done just there. You're saying it should be? Oh, 100%. That's why Two-Path, evidence to what you're saying, take a look at the Flavor of the Month classes. Almost all of them, specifically, require very little stamina management. Stamina management is like the ultimate gatekeeper for Flavor of the Month players, because people have so much more difficult of a time having to manage a secondary resource. People hate having to manage a secondary resource. Ask me what? Let's see. Crap, I was just happy with my main lawn, so you recommend me to pick something else? I don't know what the question was. Modern movement for Warrior. So many classes now have fully protected movement. And Warrior, like, their two primary movement abilities are both forward guards. So they have a good way to get into a fight, but they have no good way to get out of a fight. And that's one of the biggest things holding Warrior back right now. Almost every other class in the game at this point has a way in and out of a fight. Guardian actually has that. Infernal Nemesis was one of the, like, that's such an amazing ability to get out of a fight. And I think it's good to have that where you can use something like that to engage or disengage, and you have to choose which way you want to use it. If you use it to engage, then you won't have it to disengage. And that's part of, you know, knowing your class and having good situational awareness. Yeah, Infernal Nemesis is when they turn into a Phoenix and fly. That was one of the things that was amazing about Guardian, was you could do that. You could run into a fight, right, with just your charge, Juggernaut, right? You could Juggernaut into a fight, do some abilities. As soon as you get low, you can Infernal Nemesis out, and then you do your Black Blood Circle to heal up. By then, you're now healed back up to full, your cooldowns are ready, you charge in and you do it again. Now, Guardian has other issues than getting in and out of a fight. But they were definitely an example of one of the earlier classes that had really good ins and outs. Has it been confirmed that that's a bug? I don't know. If you're talking about the lawn flying, I'm pretty confident that's a bug. It would seem really silly for it not to be. When you take into consideration every single trailer they've ever showed of lawn always has showcased them flying, it makes no sense for them to removing the one class that they show flying the most every time they show the class. I think it's just an unintended consequence of the changes they've made to falling animations. Even just recently, right, when Wukong was coming out, they showed the Nimbus flying across the sky, and then they showed Lawn flying through the sky after it. Like, if there's any class in this game that they want to fly, it's Lawn. I'm sure that'll be fixed before it goes live. Because that class without flying, it's dead. It absolutely is dead. Yeah, I should have, Seiko. Yeah, we already got 0.2% today, nearly. I'm hoping to get another, hopefully, 0.1. It's actually been kind of slow today. I don't know why. Too much yapping, I guess. Playlist troubleshooting, that's true, yeah. Between that and my lunch, probably lost about an hour. That's alright though, we have like what? I'm gonna be gone Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I have way more than enough days. 7 days, like 7 more days to get 1.8%. Yo, John, I had a feeling. I was like, is he actually got an image or a video of Lon on Global? Nah, there's no way. That's definitely a troll. Of course I click on it. That shit's funny as hell, though. I don't know enough about lawn. I know lawns are a pain in the ass to catch. I think we have enough protections in this game. I think we do need more gaps and more forward guards. Like I said, Awakening Sage is about to have Lightning Prison turned to a forward guard, and I'm there for it. Let's make people have to pay more attention to positioning instead of just pressing buttons. Probably not. It is very, very, very rare that they ever put new content on Global Lab. Okay, I mean, that's an example of also a class that probably could use more gaps. Picking out the exceptions and saying, well, that class is like that, so therefore I should be like that. Think about that road, right? Oh man, Sork's iframe so much, I should be able to iframe like a Sork. And you know what? Zerkers, they have unlimited stamina. Well, maybe not anymore. But they have unlimited stamina, so I should have as much stamina as a Zerker. And you know what? Valk sitting there with their Q block up and being protected, my Q block should do that as well. And you know what? Like, you're just nitpicking the exceptions and saying that, like, are we going to go down and say, like, every class should have all of those things? No, obviously not. How about different classes are different? We could have a conversation of maybe some classes that need some tuning, but trying to make the argument that your class needs something because a class that does it the best deserves it, or is justification that you should have it too, is just, I don't know, it's silly. I think every single KD skill should be unprotected, or anything CC should be frontal. Risk versus reward. I think that's easier said than done. Not all protections are created equally depending on how the ability is used. A forward guard on a ranged ability is insanely strong. A forward guard on a melee ability is useless. Take a look at Suck Striker is the perfect example of that path of math. The Suck Striker is probably one of the classes that needs the most work right now. Up there with like Awakened Meiwa. But in the case of Suck Striker, it's the class that has to be touching you in order to be hitting you. And like the majority of its protections are forward guards. It's a lot more complicated than just saying, oh, every ability should be this. Oh, fuck. He didn't even hear anything I was saying. God damn it, you broke bitch. Get a fucking sub. Get a turbo. I was just fucking yapping at you for the last 2 minutes. I ain't repeating it. Is Awakened Sage low APM for PvE grind? It can be. It can be low, high, depending on how... Like, if you want to push your trash, then it can be pretty high. If you want to just chill, then it can be low, 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 low. But, you know, your trash you get per hour is going to reflect that. You can pull okay trash with a very chill grind. But if you want to pull exceptional numbers, you got to go higher APM than a lot of classes. You'll watch the VOD. Ah, fuck it. I'll just repeat it. So what I was saying is not all protections are created equal. At face value, which you said, where all of these abilities, you know, KDs should be unprotected and protections should be forward guard, that sounds good on paper, but a perfect example of why that's bad is take a look at Suck Striker. That's a class that is mostly forward guard and is pretty useless almost everywhere in the game. There's like fucking one good Suck Striker in all of NA, and even he struggles like crazy because of, it just turns out that having forward guards on melee abilities are useless. Forward guards on ranged abilities are actually stronger than super armors on ranged abilities. So you can't just dumb it down like, oh, okay, these CCs need to be this protection, because it really depends on the style of the ability. Also, using Deadeye as an example of, well, this class is fully protected while moving, so therefore my class should be also fully protected. I mean, if we start going down that road of using extremes to try to try to act like they're the norm, then everybody just ends up with the best of everything, right? Oh, well, how come Sork gets the iframe so much? I should have that much iframes, and Zerker gets to move this much, so I should move like that. And I should also have the crazy burst movement of Awakened Nova during acceleration, and, you know, I should also have as much range as an archer. Like, that's such a ridiculous way to argue for balance. that as soon as you start arguing that way, as soon as you start using the exceptions to justify it as if they're the norm, people completely lose interest in your argument. Because they know at that point you're not a rational human being. Or at least not in that moment. Yeah, I think we can all agree Deadeye is probably a little too protected right now. Yeah, and there's more than one class that needs to be addressed. No flavor to class difference, exactly right. And I don't have an issue with there being classes having some things that are exceptional or even class defining to them. My issue is trade-offs. I don't mind if a class is really good in one area. Just give it a trade-off somewhere else so it feels fair. Some of the most powerful classes, like Awakening Sage right now, and like Awakened Drac when it was powerful, and Suck Megu when it was powerful, there was no trade-off. You just had these amazing attributes that were far better than everyone else, and it felt like there was no weakness attached to that. So, tunnel visioning just on what the strengths are, and not looking at the class as a whole and being like, I think you can make an argument that there should be some weaknesses on some of these classes, and Drac definitely got its weaknesses added to that, right? They got a lot more forward guards added to it. If you could argue, maybe they overcorrected. Awakening Sage, it seems like they're taking a more moderate approach. I like the fact that the direction they've decided to take. Definitely not what I would have asked for, but let's be honest. When has a class getting nerfed ever got what it wanted for nerfs? I'll wait. Right? Most people who advocate for nerfs for their class are usually asking for less than what they want, what they need. Because they don't want to, they do want to maintain some power, right? Oh yeah, and 100% some classes are living in older than 2018. That's why I was saying earlier, Awakened Warrior in general, isn't a terrible class. It just has really unmodern movement compared to what everybody has these days. And it's an easy change. Like, even just changing Frenzied Charge to a super armor instead of a forward guard would be a massive change for that class, because now it would have an ability to get out of a fight, because it already has an ability to get into a fight. See? I personally don't think that's cringe. I think the fact that you have some classes that don't have any gaps, I think that's cringe. And it's because those classes exist that makes your gaps feel shitty. Because if they had gaps, then it wouldn't feel as shitty for you. Then it would be about just appropriately using the right abilities at the right time and paying more attention to that. Weaknesses, and this is why I keep saying, trade-offs are what's important. When it feels like you have a trade-off but other classes don't, that doesn't feel fair. So I don't think that your gaps are cringe. I think the fact that there's some classes in this game that have no gaps at all, they never have to be unprotected, I think that's cringe. Yeah, I think choice is just wrong when it comes to Sage. You gotta remember, all tier lists are, you know, influenced by some level of bias. I don't take any tier list seriously. Remove half the essays in the game. See, once again, that doesn't necessarily make the game. That might make some classes stronger. Oh, Sage is definitely like A+. Maybe S-. The thing is, I think rating classes exclusively on their potential and using the outliers specifically for that is silly. I think you should be trying to tailor tier lists. For the average viewer to get value from it, it needs to be tailored to the average player. Does that make sense? And the average player, like, take a look at Awaken Nova, right? Awaken Nova for a long time was one of the craziest grinders, but almost nobody played it. Because ain't nobody want to have to stick a line of magic dust up their nose just to grind for an hour. So I think the comfort a class has for grinding is a very significant factor of how good a class is. Even if it doesn't have that same potential, if you could just chill and kick your feet up and have a good time while grinding, people are far more likely to do that. I didn't know that was an option. Now, if you are one of those people where you are willing to get super sweaty with your grind, then maybe Choice's tier list is a lot more accurate to you. But the vast majority of people who play this game, they want the best trash, but for the least effort. And it's a balance between the two, right? People tend to, they want comfort more than they want speed. But they're going to try to find like where those two things intersect for the most efficiency. How many classes don't have an S block, Armin? There has to be very few, right? Because I remember at one point Zerker didn't have an S block and they gave it an S block. Is it just like Ninja and Kuno? And I don't even think it's both Kunos, right? Isn't it just one? There can't be many that don't have an S block these days. Suck Sork doesn't either? Kuno has it, Suck Witch doesn't. So Suck Casters, Suck Sork, Suck Tamer, Suck Ninja. Huh. I'm noticing a trend here. All of these classes suck. Yeah. Not just having other skills to fall back on, but also range too, right? If you type the solve command, it's probably in there, right? It'll probably show you the average amount of attempts. Isn't it like 30 durability loss per click? So you could probably extrapolate just based on that. This man is one patch away from slumming it with us? What do you mean? What do you mean slumming it with you? Yeah. Oh yeah, warrior grinding used to be... Awakened warrior grinding used to be really sweaty. Used to have to do a lot of main hands. Spinning slash, chopping kick cancels. Holy, it fucking sucked. These days, it's comfy, but yeah. Duck Warrior is super comfy and pretty damn good. I don't know if it's still like one of the best, but it was for a while there.
Old boy time to play some Awakening Nova.
Yahoo!
That's some strong shit.
Yeah. Is Awaken Nova still annoying to grind with? That's why I really like Sage. Is it has some really, really comfy grinding. If you want to just do like the bare minimum, and it still does average trash. But yeah, like if you want to pull like really good trash, it requires a, you know, definitely not the most effort, but quite a bit. But I like the fact that when I want to chill and turn my head to the side, I just sit in a lightning prison, interrogate, wait for that to finish, hold WF, and I basically press 3 buttons and killed the pack. Albeit kind of slowly, but, you know, still comfy. It'll be even more comfy, too, with the forward guard on Lightning Prison. In spots like Orzekia, not that anywhere is dangerous anymore, but if Edania is dangerous like Orzekia used to be, having a forward guard on Lightning Prison is going to be, like, really good for being a comfy grinder. Witch is a good grinder, Awakened Dose is still a good grinder. I'm sure Lana's still a comfy grinder too, I don't know how well it's doing. Striker Awakening is... I mean, one of the main advantages it had before was when it went to Orzekia, because it was so tanky, it was comfy because you didn't have to dodge the mobs as much. But now that everybody gets to just kind of phase tank, even the hardest spots in the game, it kind of lost that advantage. Yeah, apparently Suck Nova is a lot better than it used to be. Suck Nova is always, not now, but in the past, its issue with grinding was just the super long cooldowns. If you're doing spots that, took 7 or 8 seconds to kill a pack, you'd have to know like 3 different combos because your cooldowns were just so long. I think that's probably where they've done the most work with Nova, is they've reduced a lot
the
of
best
those
thing about
cooldowns.
Sage is all that lightning is so beautiful. It makes me tummy tingle with every ability. Oh boy, do I love Sage, hee hee.
What the hell? Wait a minute, Lunar, are you here? Holy fuck, I just got a great idea. Shit. Holy, I hope this turns out the way I hope it does. I'm training a new AI voice right now called NPC, you guys. I'll let you know when it's done. Okay, it's uploaded. A new NPC voice. Test it out. One second, I want to pause the music. Actually, I wonder if there's already an NPC voice. Let me take a look. L-M-N... No, there isn't. Okay, good. Oh, wait. No, there isn't. Perfect. Where's Menzies? We need one of his messages to test it out. Take it for a little run. Fine. Guess I'll get the music going again. You need to use the NPC voice for the TTS message. So you put NPC semicolon and then the message. Here, I'm gonna test it with Wab's message. Oh.
Splaga, blum 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 ming ming ming.
What a wait a minute, that doesn't sound anything like him. What the hell?
Fashion show was rigged.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I did, yeah. Multi, why don't you just go back under the rock? God damn it.
By far, the best thing about Sage is all that lightning is so beautiful. It makes me tummy tingle with every ability. Ooh, boy, do I love Sage. Hee hee.
Wait, that doesn't sound anything like him. Not even close. Not even close. Why does that sound so bad? Oh my goodness. And why does mine sound so good then?
Is that Neptunes?
Wait, you guys actually think it sounds like him? The fact that some of you guys got it, that's who it's supposed to sound like. There's something off though. Maybe it's because of the vocabulary. Maybe there's a certain word you need to add in there about half a dozen times.
Thank God the music is back on so no one can hear me. Art, splaga, splaga.
Yeah, don't add that word.
Is that the NPC looking ass?
Yeah, you know what it is? I think it's... Neptune's is very animated, and for some reason it's not getting like all the inflection in his voice, right? His mannerisms aren't 100%. If he wasn't excited... Okay, I think I might know why. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what it is. And I know exactly why that is as well. Okay, I'm going to try retraining it here.
NPC, dude, he was right there. I mean, bro,
I'm
I was in
retraining
full
it right
SA, Therese, no way, bro. No way.
How humid is it out there today? Is it still bad? Okay, try now. This probably still will feel a little less inspired, but it might be a little closer. Maybe.
I'm Gladiator in. Wow, I didn't buy it.
Wait, that sounded a little closer. That sounded a little closer. No. That's Lunar. That's Lunarlay. Yo, John, retry your message. Try putting like some exclamation marks in there and stuff too, because that might actually add like more energy, more passion, more energy.
Dude, he was right there. I mean, bro, I was in full SA. There's no way, bro. No way.
That is way better. That is way closer. I think we're going to struggle to get it more accurate than that. I just paused it for a second. And yes, this is a banging song. All running. Low. Running low. Okay, I'm not doing the rest. I can't get my voice that high.
Right there. I mean,
I have the longevity.
Bro, I was in full SA. There's no way, bro. No way.
Yo, Bingy. Yo, what's up? God damn it, Bingy. You didn't even give me more than a minute.
I got 2 fat nuts and a cute button cock.
What the hell is going on? What was that? And why don't I
don't
see
drink,
it?
I don't smoke. I don't fuck bitches. Still a virgin.
Who did that? Colossal, that's you, isn't it, you bastard? No, that wasn't me. You wait, did you figure out how to do it, Kinjara? Oh, no, no. You better keep that to yourself.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't fuck bitches. Still a virgin.
Yeah, what kind of stroke we talking? At the same time. Yo, what a weird sensation. Try putting some exclamation marks in there. I wonder if that'll bring, like... You almost gotta, like, get some of his mannerisms in the text. I wonder if the exclamation marks are potentially enough to bring more highs into it. To bring more energy into it, you know? Because he's a very energetic guy. Who? Lunar, obviously. What are my thoughts on Sage nerfed? It ain't that bad? Nah. It's a very reasonable change. It's gonna require more positioning. People will be able to pressure our stamina a little bit more on top of a little bit more stamina cost. I much prefer them doing it this way than just tagging on like 100 more stamina on every ability. Like imagine if they did the opposite of what they just did to Archer, to Sage. Would be back into asthma territory and it would feel completely miserable. So I like the fact that they tackled it from 2 different angles. Where, yeah, it's going to cost you a bit more stamina.
That shit is crazy. I can't. Evan, are my balls so tiny?
I think that helped a little bit. But yeah, they tackled it from 2 angles, right? They added a little bit more cost, but there's also it's up to the other player to also try to apply more pressure as well, to capitalize on both sides. So, I like it. I think we can all agree, more abilities, more classes in this game need some forward guards on them. So, you know what? If my class ends up being one of the first that gets one of their key abilities changed to a forward guard, I think Lightning Prison's a perfectly reasonable one. Like, imagine if they gave Riftstorm a forward guard. That ability would just be a lock. You would never use it, right?
No. This shit is weird. This is revenge porn. How do you guys not think it's weird?
They should have done that, the Drac treatment. No, thank you. No, thank you. It wasn't the Drac. Drac got the Sage treatment, by the way. Stop saying Drac treatment. Sage got that treatment first. Where we got nerfed into the ground. Drac's trying to own that shit like they invented it. No, the nerfs were insane too, Multi.
Stop saying Drake treatment. Maywa got that treatment first. Maywa invented it.
Yeah, Awaken May? Awaken May? He might have got us both. Goddamn. That NPC just checkmated both of us. Awaken May's been in the dumpster for quite a while. I can't remember. Did Awaken May get to where it's at because it got nerfed? Or is it just like years and years and years of neglect? Where it just fell like super far behind? I can't remember. According to Pinks, he thinks the winner of the best in class for May will be Awakened? Really? He thinks Awakened May is that... I mean, the thing is, with the best in class is you only got to fight your other spec, right? So maybe Awakened Maywa in general is bad, but maybe Awakened May does good against Suck May? I definitely don't know Maywa enough to know whether or not that's true, but I do trust him if he said that. He's, you know, probably the best Maywa out there. Definitely up there with the best of them. You know what I can't wait for? I think the most exciting thing about this tournament is the fact that they're going to take the winners and bring them out to Korea to compete. I wonder what region is going to have the most winners. This is going to be like the Olympics, counting the amount of gold each region gets. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if Korea gets dead last. And I wouldn't be surprised either. EU, of course, we are the best. Well, so far, every single time EU is squared off against NA, you've lost. So I'm gonna say that's a lie. Even our GMs beat your GMs. Remember? Who did we have? We had Armin and... oh my god, I can't remember his name. Lemuria against... It was Enlave and Laffy. And Armin and Lemuria dominated them. Absolutely decimated them. Wrecked them. Yeah, but have you seen our GMs? Yeah, they're a reflection of your player base. Ha ha ha, got him, bitch. Sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just already excited. I love competition. How many NA players want EU best in class? I don't know. Toxic streamer, I'm calling mom. Good. Almost like NA players should stick to NA and EU players should stick to EU. Eh.
You dumb little mook. Korean Mayweather's got nothing on me.
You better be fucking careful. Oh, I haven't heard Wait and Bleed in a while. We are the most banned region. But that might be because you guys have a higher population. At least in NA, right? Almost any way you measure the popularity between NA and EU shows that EU is more populated than NA. It'd be cool if PA would one day show us the actual numbers of each region. Their stock price would take a dump if they did that. I don't think there's any incentive to. I don't think that their stock price would take a dump though. They could even just do percentage, right? They don't necessarily have to show the numbers. I'm more interested in the proportionality, right?
I might not be the best in class, but I'm the best with gas. Got a fat ass, and my ego's fragile like glass.
Yo, god damn, that's a modern Shakespeare right there. Ooh, there we go. 10 bill for the day so far, chat. Made 10 bill so far today. Yeah, I should be able to hit 67 before Edania. I am, yeah. I'm not using it to track on an hour per hour basis, but I'm going to use it to kind of keep track of how much money I make every day. Because I think it's much more realistic to also include AFKs, like times getting up, going to the bathroom, all that stuff. Give me a general idea of, you know, how I'm grinding. So, like, this is what we're at so far. Wait. Why is that not updated? Let's see. Why is it not properly capture method? Boom. There we go. All right. So I have it include. I don't stop it. I'm just gonna keep it running from, you know, when I start to when I end. Include all the AFKs in there too. Am I gonna go for Castle Lord week 1? I mean, I'm definitely gonna kill a boss and, you know, hopefully be eligible to compete. I mean, so, you know, if I get to compete and it's during a reasonable time, then I will compete. And if I get it, then great. If I don't, no big deal. I'm at about 24 million, Big Boomer. Did you also have a problem with the calibration of the tool? No, everything worked fine for me, just right off rip. Actually, I wonder. Okay, let me try something. Bring this back up. Blah, blah, blah. Did that work? No. What if I do... No. Why doesn't this work?
You disagree with me? Are you top 100 AOS? Oh, you are? Or are you Gladiator on WoW? Oh, you have that too? Then show me your teeth. Tooth for tooth!
Holy shit. Holy shit. Did our buffs wear off? The hell? Oh, there we go. Ooh. Donate half the money I made trading today. Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna need you to turn around. Drop your pants, bend over. And as soon as you feel my hand, I'm gonna need you to cough. Okay, you've now been blessed. Yeah. Joke's gonna be on me. He lost money trading today, and I'm gonna owe him money when he gets the cheese wheel. Yeah. Dragon Maw would be nice if it was a shorter cooldown. I wonder. I just got a great idea, chat. Oh, you guys gonna get a kick out of this voice if it works the way. I'm not gonna tell you. Oh, there's fucking music. Okay, I'm gonna try with the music. I'm gonna try training the bot with the music behind the voice. And let's see how good it is at being able to tell the difference between the music or not. Okay, it's training. This new one, it's gonna be the guy. Okay, it's... Oh my goodness. Why does it have an accent? Okay, I think the music fucked it up. Let's see if you guys can figure out who it is, though. I'm gonna pause the music. It's the guy. One word, the guy.
New phone to this. Tally-ho tea and crumpets in it.
I kind of hear it.
This fucking class. Who am I? I love lamp, but who doesn't? Rubber babied buggy bumper, Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
Okay, this is gonna be the dead giveaway.
At the end of the day, I'm the guy who's the full-time video game player. I'm the guy with the community of people watching him. I'm the guy with the beautiful fucking girlfriend who's going somewhere in life, that's going somewhere in life that just might continue to remind you that it sucks to be you.
The hell was that at the end? Goddamn.
Go make me a grilled cheese.
No.
I catch him now, bitch.
Wait a minute, this one might be way better for training. It's longer, and there's more... feels less scripted.
I never thought drinking a steak through a straw would be so difficult.
Dude, why did it all of a happen sudden? What was that accent all of a sudden? Okay, I think this next one might actually be better. Okay, I'm deleting that one and I'm gonna re-upload it. I think I have a better video that has more length and more of his mannerisms in it. Okay, retraining. Video related, yeah. Okay, there we go. It's re-uploaded. New training. This one also has less music in the background, or at least it's quieter. That quote was Joe never fails, yeah.
We all know how much you get off on killing me, Zeth.
Oh, that sounded a lot better. Oh, Kanjar's busted. Yo, my motorcycle? Jesus Christ.
Guardian is a class with a lot of potential. What I mean by that is the more AP you have, the more damage it will do.
Perfect. Oh, hell yeah. I only have room for one more voice. One more voice. I think we go with Norelio. Norelio even offered that if I sent him a little script to read, he'd read it. The thing is, though, is when you're just reading, it's not the same as when you're just talking and, like, being yourself. So it comes off less energetic. Less of your mannerisms are in it. I feel like I need to just... I don't know. Don Skeptic? Don Skeptic isn't popular enough. I think either Norelio or Blue Squadron. I think people... I gotta think, right? Because people are gonna have fun with these voices. Or at least I want them to have fun with the voices. I think they could have fun with those voices. Skeptic's voice would be just like the family members having fun with it. That's it. I have plenty of fun with the voices in my head already. Oh, hell yeah. I don't know what would happen if you had two people having a conversation and then you trained the AI with that conversation. Would it like just blend both their voices together? Probably, right? What are we listening to right now? Yeah, that's not right. Is this a spirit box cover? Oh, baby metal? Oh, okay. Yeah, the app crashed. I guess when the app crashes, it stops updating the song title properly. Yeah. I think we can all agree that the amount of XP you gain should also be relative to the difficulty of the grind slot, right? The same way that they're trying to do that with silver, XP gain should be the same way. More difficult spots give more XP. Maybe they need to make Awakened Sages 100 like the Velk Vacuum, where you don't have to target it right in front of you, you can throw it at like a distance. Then Awakened Sages 100 would actually be kind of cool. Awakened Sage is getting nerfed, so we can start talking about buffs now, by the way, chat. It is more silver an hour, but it's not more XP an hour.
Chat, I'm not a virgin anymore. My boy helped me out. We kept it under 3 seconds, so it's not gay.
Will boots and glove swaps be redundant after Edania armors? They'll be obsolete. I don't know about redundant, because there isn't going to be alternatives anymore. It's just going to be one piece. If you do have 2 pairs of gloves and 2 pairs of boots, I don't know when will be a good opportunity to sell a pair. They might go up when Edania comes out, but I haven't really paid too much attention. am I buying next with my seals? Probably the stack, right? Wasn't there a 200 or a 250 stack? 55 for 200. Yo, look at all these friend requests. I don't know who this is. Guess we'll see what he wants. I'm happy with how good those voices turned out. Combining two Valk stacks? No. Because that means you could just combine indefinitely, right? Because as soon as you combine it, it's now one stack. I think what they need to do is just add a new item from Edania, kind of like an essence of devouring, but you can use it to push a 300 stack plus. This way, Edania doesn't crash the value of devours, and devours still have value. But then I'll add a new item that lets us build up to like a 1,000 stack. So basically you can use Despairs up to 100, you use Devours up to 300, and then you use this new item up to 1,000. I think that'd be awesome. I think this is a good system doing it that way in tiers as well, because this way it keeps older spots relevant for newer players, right? As the game progresses forward, new players still have to go through like old progression as they're starting, and it allows those items to maintain value so their grinds aren't worthless because they're old grinds, right? Yeah, exactly, Path of Math, right? So if you want to dump, 700 billion into a stack to have a 1000 stack, it lets you. Honestly, you could even keep it just +2. Even at 350 billion, it's still a lot to pay. Edania releases on the 21st. It's supposed to, unless it gets delayed again. I can't believe, with how shitty my grind has been today, and how much distractions I've had, and how few drops, the fact that I made 10.5 billion already. If it gets delayed again, more crons, I guess. Hey, I'll take more crons. You can buy my patience. The only reason why Dark Hunger is only 1 stack for that last is because they don't want you to try to cheese it and get a 301 stack. That's the only reason why that last step, if you land at 299. Because if you land at 298, then it's only 1, right? It's only 1 essence, sorry, 1 origin to go from 298 to 300, just the same as it is 299 to 300. Honestly, I don't know why they cared. I guess maybe they just wanted to make it so you didn't feel obligated to try to hit 299 before you used your last origin. It's 2 per all the way to 299. Like I said, the only reason 299 to 300 is only 1 stack is because they don't want you to go over 300. Oh, that's right. Yeah, ever since they doubled it. That's right. It's +4 per now. I forgot that they doubled it. The same thing applies, though. They just didn't want you to cheese past 300. That's why those last few stacks step down 1 per. Probably not. The 1% you would get with a Resplendent is so minor. Even then, the extra monster damage you get from running the Vel, even if you're only benefiting from 5% of it, is probably the equivalent of like 1% more damage as well, so... At that point, it's just kind of redundant. Might not be a bad idea to try to get a Resplendent Stone to hold on to for when they do the Alchemy Stone changes, though. Be ready for it. Yeah. Having downgrades when using Krons was so toxic. The pity system was so nice too. Enhancing doesn't feel nearly as punishing as it used to. Kind of bait now? Well, not really. If you want the title, and if you get the jackpot, it's not a bait. But if you don't get the jackpot, then yeah, it's not quite as much money as a bunch of other SWAT. Yeah. I mean, you could try to simulate what that 1% will feel like by running like your... If you run 2 Acarads and you put in 1 Lucas, right? The 1 Lucas is going to be 1% attack speed. And that'll give you a general idea of how much faster you actually will be. Oh, hero play? No, I don't think he does any type of content. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Suck Dosa. Maybe it's just because Awakened Dosa is a lot easier to be effective with. Maybe with the Awakened Dosa nerf, we'll see more people try to learn Suck. But Hero Play definitely plays it really well. But I don't think he does any type of content or anything. Well, that's definitely not true. Maybe not necessarily in large scale, but in like smaller fights, Sagdosa does quite well. I've seen him 1v3 people. Multiple times. It's definitely a really good class in smaller fights. I think the reason why you think it doesn't do anything is because most people, like I said, just never really got good at it and just jumped to something that was easier to do good at. Well, I mean, you can make that logic against any class without a grab then, right? Any class without a grab feels like it doesn't do anything if the other person just stays in protection the whole time. Yeah. And Dosa can hit. Dosa is a good trader. Like I said, you probably just haven't... Like I said, you play on NA, don't you? There's like no good Sug Dosas on NA, but trust me. Go fight Hero Play. He'll run your shit. Yeah, block jumps are one of the strongest CCs now. If they're fighting a class with forward guards, block jumps feel like they're more reliable than grabs are at this point. And that's the thing, is Dosa is one of those classes too that's really good. Suck Dosa is really good at punishing forward guards. Their little ghost they send at you that seems to stiff you from behind, that shit is toxic. It's a pretty short cooldown too, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's a very good duelist. Yeah, it's a good duelist, it's a good trader, good at punishing forward guards. Yeah. Classes that are tanky and can sit in SAs non-stop, it doesn't do much to them, but I'm pretty sure they don't do much to it either. Its only flaw is male. Yeah. You know, part of me wonders if they ended up removing the gender restrictions on classes, what would become the new best class, or the new most played class? I bet there's a lot of male classes out there that people would like to play, but they are so hung up on only playing female classes. Like, I bet Sage would be a lot popular if it was male. I bet, or sorry, had a female option. I think Zerk would be a lot more popular if it had a female option. I mean, we're about to get a female warrior. You want a male Drac? There's a Giga Chat right there. Yeah. Well, the amount of people that will only play female characters massively outnumber the people who will only play male characters. It's not even close. Yo, what's up, Demi? If you only play male characters, you might be ill. Isn't that Choice? I'm pretty sure Choice only plays male characters. "10 minutes left on our deal? God damn it. He played Lawn? Yeah, I guess he did for a little bit, eh? I could have swore at one point. Maybe it was just a preference. Maybe it isn't like a rule. He also played Deadeye? I don't know. Saying, okay, let's be clear though on what we're saying somebody plays. Playing a class very briefly after it's released, obviously everybody likes to do that. In fact, everybody should do that to get a general idea of what they're going to fight against when they're back on their main. But that doesn't mean you actually played the class. Like, you may have played the class, but you didn't play the class, you know? Now, Lon, he definitely played. But Deadeye, he definitely, I wouldn't say he really played it. He played it, but he didn't play it. Oh, were you talking about Carl with Deadeye? Maybe that's what you're talking about. Isn't Valk a female warrior? There is a lot of similarities in the main hand kit between Valk and warrior, but outside of that, not really, no. We're about to get Savior though, which is, you know, almost looks like it's going to be like this combination of Awakened Warrior and Valk and maybe Suckdrack, maybe Guardian. People are super excited about it. Maybe the exception for Carl and Choice is when there's a meta female class, where meta takes priority, then male takes priority, then female. Maybe it's like a tier system. Ready for another Ascension class? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Savior will be Ascension. I don't mind Ascension classes. Isn't DK his life skiller? I think it is. He certainly doesn't play it. I don't know if I've ever seen him play DK. Gotta look good fishing? Oh, hell yeah. Gotta attract the fish. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. I think it depends on the weapon they're using, during the ability. Like in the case of, I don't know specifically with Wukong, but I think in the case of Deadeye, and maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, every time you're using the pistols, its main hand, the rocket launcher is awakened, and then the shotgun, it probably still uses main hand as well, since it is the offhand. If class equals meta, set tag equals class. Tag equals DRP. That sounds about right. And we have 2 minutes left on our food buff. Don't really want to pop another food buff today, another 500%. Because of pet damage, or am I tripping? Are you playing Awakened Sage? If that's the case, it's probably just because sometimes you're getting back attacks and other times you're not. There is no pet damage attached to Lightning Prison, though. Maybe if you're Z-buffed, too. Right, if you have your AP and attack speed buff, then it feels like it comes out a lot quicker, so it looks like more damage. And typically you're able to get more back attacks since the ability goes off quicker. Why aren't Pen Narcs going to like max, by the way? Because there's a good chance that even though you might be able to cheese your way into the new bosses with them, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to kill the new bosses. You lose 6 sheet AP per narc you put on, right? And with basically it being an average of 10 AP per sheet AP you lose, losing, you know, 60 to 120 sheet AP or monster AP might just make it you can't kill the bosses anyways, even though you can fight them. Right? They might end up having like enrage timers and stuff where you have to kill the bosses within a certain amount of time, and if you go in there with 130 monster AP less, you might not be able to ever meet the timer. So buying Pen Narcs is a gamble. Do I start my stream at 8 a.m.? Usually 8 or 9, yeah. I don't think there's an AP start requirement. I think they just said DP specifically. We'll see, right? Still answers your question though, right? Right now, we don't know for certain. So spending tens of billions on something that might not help you and you'll end up taking a loss on is a risk people don't want to take. Yeah, just because they both had APDP, that doesn't mean that that's what you need to get in. Right? That's the point. Is right now you're just speculating. And it's that speculation that makes people not want to take the gamble. If there was no speculation and we knew for sure, then yeah, I'm sure they'd be shooting up. But it's that uncertainty that is, you know, hindering it. Yeah, that looks right. We're getting the first, second, and fourth boss. And then the third and fifth are being added in the second part of part 1. If that makes any sense. Part 1B. They're giving us Jordine, Roselka, and Enslar. And then Karshan and Kappa are coming later. The only reason why they're adding the fourth before the third is for the Pen Fallen God people. Because that's one of the main advantages they get right now for having Pen Fallen God is they don't need... They very quickly won't need the narcs. Right? The first week, they'll need the narcs if they want to do Enslar. They'll need, I believe, 1 narc if they want to do Enslar. But the second week, I believe they won't need any narcs. Because they'll obviously convert their first obliterating to a Noct. They'll get the 8 DP that comes with it, and now they won't need the narcs. If we only got the first, second, and third boss, then very quickly the benefit of having the Pen Fallen God would be immediately gone, right? Because if you only had to hit 440, sorry, 445. Why do I keep closing Garma? If you only had to hit 445, then you would just need... You would need only one narc. And then as soon as you got 2 more DP through any other means, and that, sorry, this is counting with the deck offhand. So if you get a deck offhand, then you'll only need 1 narc. How do I feel about the Sage nerf? I think it's appropriate. I think they did a good job. As somebody, as a class that has been terribly nerfed into the ground at one point, I don't want that shit to happen again. I don't want that shit to happen to anybody. So I really do appreciate them having some moderation when it comes to nerfing us. We want the berserker mentality. Cut that shit out. Hey, yeah. I am grinding faster. We got 0.3 today. And we'll probably get another 0.15 dummying tonight. So it'd be cool to get another 0.5, so it could be at 98.5 tomorrow. And then if tomorrow I could hit 99 and wake up the next day at 99, then we have like approximately 3 more days of grinding. So after today, we're about 4 days away, maybe 5. Maybe I hit 99.999 and then I go to underwater to finish the last 1/1000th of a percentage. Just for old time's sake. I was about to say I can't imagine how much faster underwater would be with all this AD, but then I remember there's a 5% cap everywhere. So it's probably a miserable spot. Yeah, I wonder how long it would take to get 1/1000th of a percentage there. Yep. We do have hot time back, yeah. That's the main reason why I can actually get this before the Edania now. It's because they brought this shit back. Oh, you're on console? You didn't get it extended? That's fucking lame. Do I even use Nightbot for anything in the chat anymore? I don't think I do. I should kick Nightbot out. Nightbot don't do shit for me. Boom. Nightbot's gone. How can you get 10 bill a day to click every day? Get out grinding, baby. Grind, grind, grind. Or swipe, swipe, swipe. Just keep swiping, just keep swiping. Yeah, no connection problems for me. It's been pretty smooth today.
Howie, it's time to stress test the connections.
You need to cut that shit out right now. You know who I am? I am a gladiator in Warcraft. You could never compete in a real PvP game. You think I touch grass? No, I only score gains in a PvP game.
About another hour and a half. We're gonna basically keep grinding until my Black Shrine bosses, and then after the Black Shrine bosses, probably gonna call it a day. Have dinner with with the fam, and the kids want to watch I don't know if it's a show or a movie. It's called like K-pop Demon Hunter, Demon Slayer, or something like that. I think it's K-pop Demon Hunter.
NCP, I would have caught Shaky Bay if it wasn't for
Whatever
all
that
you
is.
meddling kids.
That's a show? Okay. Have fun? Wait. The way you said that sounds menacing. Loot scroll? Yo, I appreciate you. Damn it, Cal. Why is it every time you use it, you break the bot? Every damn time. It's not my fault. Yeah, it's a shitty bot. You're too powerful, apparently. I'm just playing Heat! Yo, that song is kind of heat, though. Some might call it fiery or flamey. Why didn't your NPC work? Because you typed NCP.
Is that the end?
Yo, oh, you were streaming. Yo, what's up, Grimkill? Thank you very much for the raid, brother. I appreciate it. I hope you had a wonderful stream. You almost caught me to 67. So close. I'm getting there. I'm gonna be there in about a week. I'm hoping to hit on Friday. I think Friday's probably the day I hit 67. The last 1% is gonna take a bit longer because I can't dummy.
I would have caught Shaky Bay if it wasn't for all you meddling kids.
Let's see. I saw you clicking earlier, and then I think I got distracted with something else. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. On 49. What stack did you use? 100 stack. Yo, could have been worse. You could have blew up a 300 stack. At least you were smart enough to just use a 100 on that. That's funny as hell. Look at this, you guys. Relics. Was Divio saying relics? Oh, is he talking about those fangs? Yeah. I probably should have done those. Maybe we'll try to get like groups together to do it once I finish 67, but... How do you run out of loot scrolls, or not run out of loot scrolls? Just take advantage of all the loot scrolls the game gives you. There's an enormous amount. It's actually tough to run out.
He's at the end! Let's go!
Yo, what's up, D Jules? What's cooking? Thank you for the raid. How's the grind going? Sorry, I'm distracted typing somewhere else. I'm being a terrible streamer right now. No, it's not a bad nerf. Awakened Sage will be fine. They cut both the Sage legs. Are you positive that you would say it's fine? You can still rip chain legless? Huh? If they cut both legs of Sage, you are so positive that you would say it's fine. He can still rip chain. Do you think Sage is not fine after these changes? I guess the real question, do you think Sage is overpowered right now? It's the scapegoat of real OP classes? I think that's a cope. I think it's the most obvious of the OP classes. It's so blatantly obvious because you can't, the other OP classes, you can't be on them for an hour and be killing people who've been playing their class for months or years. Where Awakening Sage was dumbed down so much and so strong that you could legit be on it for an hour and be killing people. Once you realize all you gotta do is just spam your protected damage movement, and then you never leave protection, and you keep up ridiculous pressure, and you never have to worry about your stamina. I think other OP classes definitely deflect to Sage, but that doesn't mean Sage isn't the most egregious abuser? No. Abuser? Maybe? I don't know. Of being OP. Like, get 2 players, a 1-hour-old Sage and a 1-hour-old Ashe, and have them fight each other. It's no fucking competition. That's the thing about Sage, Awakened Sage. They dumbed it down so much. Zerker's OP? Not anymore. Awakened Megu is OP? Not for Sages to deal with. Mystic and Striker's OP? See, based on the classes you listed, I can tell you're specifically focusing on just 1v1. All of those are strong 1v1 classes. This game is never going to be balanced for 1v1, but if you take a look at your general experiences with all those classes, a lot of those classes have some serious issues in a lot of areas where they just are mediocre at best. Where Sage is strong like everywhere right now. I wouldn't say it's broken everywhere. It's mainly broken like 1v1. But, and like Stolaire when the damage environment is really high. But it's still strong in a lot of areas. Like, Mystic and Striker don't come anywhere close to where Sage is in terms of large scale. And like, Guild League. Oh, okay, looks like it's boss done. Finish up this little tide. No, this isn't a tide. Yeah. Just gonna finish up this little event and I'm headed down. And the thing is, the stamina change stage has like damn near unlimited stamina right now. Compared to a lot of classes, technically it's not unlimited, but all you have to do is be able to out-stamina your opponent, and then it feels like you have unlimited stamina. And there's very few classes that can out-stam. I don't know if there's any that can really out-stam an Awakened Sage now. After the Zerk. I imagine we can even out-stam a Zerk after their recent Lava Piercer changes. As for, so, the extra 50 stamina on those 2 abilities, definitely warranted, and definitely not going to make it so you have asthma. Now, the forward guard on Lightning Prison isn't only a nerf. In fact, in 1v1, in more cases, that's a buff than it is a nerf. There's a few classes where it's going to be a nerf, like Ashe, for example, obviously. Any class that's really good at punishing forward guards. But it's not even like you don't have alternatives to Lightning Prison. Like, a lot of people are like, oh no, our stamina management is going to be terrible because we can't sit in Lightning Prison. It's like, if you're able to sit there in Lightning Prison and let somebody trade you, then you're going to be able to do that with Dimensional Compression anyways. And if they're a grab class, then you weren't going to let them near you anyways, so you would have canceled the Lightning Prison. So it really doesn't matter either way. It doesn't change anything. You just press a different button now. And then Shock Relay, Chain Lightning should have never had the Shock Slow. Them putting that, we already have 5 Shock Slows. We did not need that shit added to Chain Lightning. So that's a good thing to get rid of. And that's it. You just summarize the nerfs. You're cooked, buddy? Yeah. Honestly, Forward Guard, Lightning Prison scares me against a few classes. Hash, Suck Dosa, and Awakened Wusa. Those classes, Hash, for the obvious reasons. It's tough to even try to predict their, like, a good Hash with their block jumps is fucking miserable with Forward Guards. But I don't have enough experience fighting Awakened Wusas because it's such a dead class. And Suck Dosas. Suck Dosas, I know it's a little smoke guy, but I don't know what to look for when they throw that. I think that shit is basically just instantly. And as for, yeah, Wusas, I just don't know shit about that class. I just know it shoots flowers and it's good at punishing Forward Guards. Awegu, I don't find an issue with them. I think having a Forward Guard on my Lightning Prison, sure, it's going to create another opportunity, but I think I'm also going to be able to use it to bait them now. That's the thing about that class, is the way it punishes Forward Guards is very linear and very predictable and very baitable. So I can use my Lightning Prison to bait them into coming close and trying to punish it. If the book's in the left hand, don't Forward Guard. Hey, look at that. But are you talking my left or their left? I'm kidding. Okay, chat. We finished our grinding aspect of our stream for the day. We made 12.8 billion. By the way, this session, it counts breaks and everything. All the breaks I took to manage things, go make lunch, all that shit. A quick little 12.8. We didn't even get really that good drops today either. Oh, I say I change channels. What is that app? This is Choices Grinder app. If you look at the top of my stream. How many hours? Well, it said on there. It said 8 hours, but that wasn't 8 hours of nonstop grinding. Like I said, I'm going to be using that and just hit start when I start my day and end at the end of my day, because I think tracking hour per hour and not counting the breaks in between is silly. So more like 10? Holy fuck, you are not listening, are you? No, that counts the time. That, Jesus fucking Christ! Why are the listening skills in Twitch chat so goddamn hard? You guys are pissing me off. We're not talking about this anymore. So, what was that like to you bitches? You. Okay, let's make sure we swap to our PvE shit. Wait, that's not it. There it is. $10 hours? It was... That's it. That's it. I need to get my buddy out here to defend me.
You all need to cut that shit out. You're really pissing me off. Y'all wouldn't understand how difficult it is to get Gladiator in World of Warcraft. This Black Desert game is cooked.
Okay, we're all buffed up. Oh, shit, my bad.
This cannot be.
That was doing another ability there. Probably cost us a second. Book in left hand, eh? That's good to know. The book should be pretty noticeable. I'm pretty sure that shit's always like floating in front of them, right? That's a good tip. For hard mode? Oh, I don't even know anymore. They made this a lot more trivial than it used to be. I'm not even sure what gear you need to do it. We need to restart if it crashes, or does he get to get back in? We wait. Yeah. If not, then this is practically the same as restarting anyways. I would take a gamble. I guess we should hold. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, none of us are certain whether or not he can get back in either, so we're just gonna wait. Might as well. We were hoping we could kill it before he crashed, before his client crashed. Fucking kind of hurts. Let's see. Is there no option to rejoin? Well, now we know. You couldn't crash a little slower, huh? Yeah, we could do it over. Yeah. Nope. If you stun me all the way over here. Oh, yeah, apparently it will. I think you can type !skip and it'll skip your song if you requested it. I wonder if it'll refund you too. Maybe not.
Who can escape?
Oh, shoot. John crashed it and I quickly restarted it, and I think you redeemed it right between restarts. I hope they fix the crashing with this hat. It's annoying as hell. DPS again. Yeah, and if somebody could refund that for you, that'd be great. Thanks, Orpik. I appreciate that. Huh? Oh yeah, shit. I'm coming. No. Yes. No. Oh fuck, I could have made it. Oh my god, it crashed again. The app is starting to piss me off. I take it you don't know what we're talking about, Michael. I'm talking about my song request app. I'm not talking about the game. Yeah, I don't know what they changed with the recent update of this, but it's definitely crashing more than it was yesterday. Oh, some kung fu fighting.
You will regret coming here. It's the grasp of death.
This song would be peak for Wukong montage. Yeah, I think that's why it crashes, is because sometimes, yeah, I mean, I'm going to speculate, but, you know, things aren't working properly, and, like, even though it did work, but it didn't work, and that's what's causing it to crash. This song, playing while doing this boss, makes the fight feel real goofy. I'm just gonna say. Dragon. Me, isn't it? Good work, gentlemen. Catch you guys later. Oh, hey, chat. I think this is where I'm going to call it. Normally call it after these bosses. Thank you all for hanging out today. Let's see. Where do I send you guys? Looks like Vert's about to finish his subathon today. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Vert. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow. We should be pretty close. Probably not quite at 98.5 tomorrow. We had some shit we were dealing with today that kind of slowed us down a bit. But hey, what you gonna do? We should definitely be able to get this before Edania, which is the goal. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful day. And good luck with your enhances and drops or whatever else you get into today.